Hello everyone, my name is Caden and welcome back to more Ace Attorney Investigations, Miles Edgeworth. Last time, we completed the rest of episode 2, as well as got through a little bit of case 3, where we ended up getting kidnapped, and while also looking for a kidnapper. We also met some new faces, such as Kay and Lang. And now we've been kicked out of the investigation by Lang. And now we just have a child with us. So, hey Kay. They sound like a pair of peasants.
Mr. Edgeworth,
Yes, Kay?
there's something even thieves should never steal. Do you know what that is?
You really shouldn't steal anything, however, I'll bite. What shouldn't a thief steal?
A life. It's too heavy of a burden on your soul to get away with. Ever.
That's something we can agree on. Well said, Kay. No matter what we may try, murder is the one crime that can never truly be hidden. And I intend to prove that by my own hands. When I apprehend the murderer myself.
Alright, I'm gonna work extra hard to be a good assistant. Let's go.
Cassandra said she could be my assistant. I'm just going to drop the issue. She's not hurting me, I guess. The first thing we should do is locate the real scene of the murder. Mr. Edgeworth! Gumshoe! Detective Gumshoe!
Mr. Edgeworth, the stadium! Hurry, sir! This is supposed to be hush-hush, but they found a witness at the stadium!
A witness?
You! What did we tell you about leaving your assigned post? Check us up. Mr. Edgeworth, remember that I'm always rooting for you, so go get him, sir!
Those detectives sure look like they're enjoying themselves.
It's not all fun and games, Kay. Now then, let's head to the stadium and meet this witness. Alrighty. Who is the witness? There's a pink badger mobile. I thought there was a witness here. I didn't see anybody. Hello?
Yeah, I don't see anyone.
Hey G-Man, how's it going? So what Ace Attorney games have you played all? I've played, at the moment, I've played all the original trilogy, all that, so first game, Justice for All, Trials for Tribulations, all of Apollo Justice trilogy, so Apollo Justice, Dual Destinies, and Spirit of Justice. I keep forgetting that game's name for some reason. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles duology, so the first one and the second one. And I'm currently playing through now the Miles Edgeworth games, because haven't played through those yet. The only game that I feel like is going to be difficult to try and play would be the Phoenix Wright and Professor Layton one that exists, but maybe I'll find some way of doing that in the future. Anyways, Mr. Edgeworth, who is it? Wait! Emma! I inform you, I really like the Ace Attorney series, and I still want to see more games.
Long time no see.
You are Miss Emma Skye, correct? I didn't... Huh. Nice to see you here, Emma. This girl is the younger sister of my former superior, Lena Skye. 2 years ago, we stood in the same courtroom together as witness and prosecutor. But I thought she had gone to Europe to study forensics. Lena's a difficult one, yeah. Maybe maybe they find some way of, like, porting that to PC or something. Maybe. That'd be ideal. Oh.
I can't believe you remember me, Mr. Edgeworth.
Of course I do. How have you been? You look to be in good spirits. Are you still studying abroad?
You bet. More than anything, I want to investigate crime scenes scientifically. I've been studying non-stop every day to become a top-notch forensic scientist.
Back when we're out. Oh. That's nice.
It's spring break now, so I thought I'd come back for a bit.
I see. Are you the witness, Emma? Okay, what do you have to say about all this? Notice anything? You look deep in thought. Care to share, Kay?
With all that's happened, I'm getting a little confused. For example, what that detective said earlier?
About how we must look for the witness at the stadium?
No, not that. The I'm always rooting for you bit. I was thinking how sweet that is. It's like you two are best friends.
I think you're a little confused, alright, Kay? Me? Him? I would never admit to being best friends with somebody. The only one who can know my true side is Phoenix. I assume this is another Badgermobian?
Yeah, but it's a different color than the Blue Badger's car.
Yes, this is the retina-searing pink model. My eyes! Doesn't seem like I can leave. Feels like it's not really anything I can do except talk to Emma and Kay, so... I guess I can check and... I feel like I'm just gonna get repeat dialogue, but I might as well check and see if you got anything new to say. Could be a prosecutor too. Pretty sure you said this before. If it's that important to you, then why don't you wear it? Yeah, I remember this. She said this before. Why does everyone ask me? Hey. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get anything new. I might as well try the last few pieces of recent evidence. Turn to you, here you go. For some information, but my line will do now. My lines! She talks about how this is pure platinum or whatever, like silver platinum. The 5-finger discount is not part of the bargain. Alright. Emma! I almost didn't recognize you. You've really grown in these past few years.
Please don't tease me, Mr. Edgeworth. I know I still have a long way to go. But I'm going to be a super forensic scientist someday. You'll see.
I wonder if she has a snack-eating portrait in this game.
You seem to know Mr. Edgeworth really well. Are you two acquaintances? Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I'm Emma Sky. Nice to meet you. I'm studying abroad now to be a forensic scientist. How about you? Wow, that's a great dream. My name's Kay Faraday, and I'm trained to be an unstoppable great thief. A great thief?
Don't think too hard on it, Emma. It's not worth the trouble. In any case, we have much to catch up on.
You bet we do.
I'll show you my prosecutor's badge first.
This is the symbol of a prosecutor, right? But I don't think I've ever seen you wear it, though.
Well, I'm not as enthusiastic about wearing it as you are with your pin badges.
I know, right? I mean, I really wanted to put even a few more on today. Hey, I like yours, Kay. Do you have any extras? Sorry, but there's only one of these in the world, and it's proof that I am a great thief.
So the answer is no.
Now if I count, I feel like this helps scientifically using my time scheduler. Ah, I can definitely see all the attractions before the park closes. Science sure it's useful, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'm not even going to bother asking Emma how she can calculate that. All I know is I saw her glasses get, like, weird coding symbols on them.
Scientifically calculating and thinking critically about this, and putting it in a way that transmits the feeling that I understand. Whew, done. She makes it sound like she knows what she's talking about, but she really has no idea.
Admittedly, I'm slightly confused by what she just rattled off. I don't understand either, Kay, so don't worry. You're not the only one. Blue Badger?
Seeing the Blue Badger sure brings back memories.
Yes, indeed.
I remember it like it was yesterday. That was really something, huh? The red-hot courtroom battle between the two of us.
I don't think it was quite as dramatic as that, and besides, between the two of us? It was me and Phoenix. I don't remember exactly going against you, Emma.
But it makes it sound cooler if I add myself into the mix.
It's also less truthful. I was actually wondering if maybe she could give me a scientific, like, I don't know, like, just detail more about that. That's still, actually, hang on, that's still the one thing that's most interesting about this case at the moment. Mr. Deacon's pendant. His name is his real name is Oliver Deacon, and yet his pendant says his name is Colin Devore. So the question is, which is real? Is Colin Devore? I assume it has to be Colin Devore, but why would he have the need to have his name be faked? Anyways, Emma. So, why are you here, Emma?
Well, I just happened to decide to come back home for spring break. And then I heard that you'd come back too, so I raced on over here. I had really wanted to welcome you back to the at the airport, but I just missed you.
And how exactly did you know I was here?
Through the power of science, naturally. Never underestimate what science can do for you. I used these to track your footprints, and I followed them straight to you.
Hey, what the hell? Oh, wait, you're not Cake. Emma, what the hell?
This set is the greatest. It's so wonderfully scientific. You spray this chemical on the ground, and when you shine the special light on it...
Wait a minute. Actually, I just had an idea. As creepy as that stuff is, we could probably use that to track the footprints of the badger that was leaving that the kidnappers used.
Ding! The footprints light up like an electrified noble gas in a glass tube. It's almost like magic, scientifically speaking.
Forensic science has never seemed more ominous to me than at this very moment. Emma, I'd like to ask you about what you witnessed.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Are you not the witness Detective Gumshoe told us about?
Well, I did get a call from Detective Gumshoe earlier. He was practically yelling at me. Mr. Edgeworth needs your scientific doohickeys right now, pal, he said.
What was that man thinking? Or rather, not thinking.
Let me guess, there's been a murder, right?
Yes, unfortunately. There's a sudden glint in her eyes. But I need to keep my mind focused on the witness. Now, where did that person go? Was it off in the distance? Hello? Oh god, it's a pink badger!
Oh hey, it's the pink badger. Badger, get!
Badger, 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 badger. Just what does she see in these silly things? Badger, 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 badger. Hello.
Hi. I think this badger has something to say to you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Are you by chance the witness I've been searching for? I don't speak badger. Sorry, I don't speak Whoops. Apparently I'm Edgeworth. Sorry, but I don't speak badger dance. Okay, what do you have to say on the matter? What about you, Emma? Never mind. Alright, I'll bite. Hello. You're probably the witness. Howdy. Huh? No! Whoa, it's been a while. How back? Oh dear.
I can't take being inside that stuffy head anymore.
Yo! No! No! Why her? Why here? Why now? I must have met this woman 3 years ago. She was a witness in one of my cases. She has since gone out of her way to pop up unexpectedly and cause me great grief.
Edgy poo.
This is destiny. This is hell for Edgeworth.
Couldn't you understand what I was trying to tell you? I mean, really. I was trying so hard to keep the kids' dreams alive by staying in character. But you couldn't pick up on what I was trying to convey to you. I'm sick and tired of that roundabout way of talking, so I'm just going to be direct.
I had a bad feeling before, but this just made it official. Today has gone beyond the typical not my day into the realm of walking nightmare.
Oh, you're a friend of Mr. Edgeworth too, Miss Pink Badger?
You could say that, but right now I'm just a pink badger, dearie.
She may look the part, but I know better than to trust my eyes around this woman.
My name is Wendy Oldbag. But you can call me Wendy or Granny or whatever suits your fancy.
Nice to meet you, Miss Solback. I'm Kate Faraday.
What do I care about a young whippersnapper like you?
Yeesh, I was just trying to be polite.
Oh dear. It's been a while, old bag.
Go on, Edgy Poo, show me anything and I'll tell you all about it.
Very well. What do you think about this?
It's nothing special.
That's my prosecutor's badge! Somehow I figured she'd say as much. That's my prosecutor's badge! Nothing special! How dare you insult me?
Yet another blue badger. I've had my fill of these things for a lifetime.
Thank you for your extra commentary, but all I wanted for you is to take a look.
Oh, alright, I guess I can do that, but only because it's you, Edgy Poo.
What?
What is wrong with this thing? Why is this blue badger wearing sunglasses?
Because that's the evil one, right? Let me look at that blue badger thing again. Yeah, that's the bad badger. This bad badger head... So, I can see there being a potential situation where maybe they have, like, say they have the blue badger's body, but the bad badger's head, because the bad badger's head was found in the room that we were locked up in, but the body was nowhere to be seen. There's an obvious difference between the two, so that's why I don't know if that could fully happen, but I'm still also very curious about the soulless proto badger. That thing still terrifies me. Who thought it was a good idea to have a badger without eyes? How could she have not noticed all this time? Look at this.
Thanks to this, people have been taking my picture all day. It's like I'm one of the mascot characters of this park.
I think it's because you are. It's not like you are the mascot character. Well, one of them anyway.
But you have no idea how hard it is to be one. You're not allowed to talk at all.
You know, now that you mention it, yeah, that's gotta be hard being one of those, park mascot things, especially considering it, at the very least, like, I know, just, like, think about Disneyland and stuff like that. It's like, you have to, no matter what the weather is, you have to stay in that costume. Like, imagine how stuffy it is in there. Ugh.
Taking away my ability to talk halves my effectiveness as a human being.
You have a hard time not talking? It seems like such an easy thing to do.
What do you know, young'un? Just wait until you're my age and then we'll see.
Is it possible that this loud old lady was once a quite fair maiden? Impossible. Actually, that actually does make me wonder, Wendy, how old are you? It does not give me a profile for you, interestingly. It does give me this, Sheena, Lang's trusty secretary, level-headed, she supports him in his investigations. Still need to show off more.
It's like a lineup of ugly thugs.
Your cuts are quick.
Only behind the scenes, I'm the pink badger right now for the kids. But don't you think I'd be even more lovable if I kept this headpiece off?
Think of the children. You're the one who wants to keep their sweet dreams alive, right? Don't scar the children with what's inside. Nope, nothing here. Look at this dead body. Very well. And blue badger. Nope. Alright, that's everything shown off. Wendy Oldbag. Weren't you a security guard at one of the Gatewater hotels the last time we met? Oh yeah! You were like the, wearing a space outfit. Like an astronaut's, suit. Or whatever. And you had like a toy gun, I'm pretty sure.
I go where I'm needed. I'm very good at what I do, unlike the youth of today. I get called in all the time to fill in when there aren't enough hands. But enough about me, Edgy Poo. I'm thoroughly dejected right now. I finally get the chance to see you again, and here you are talking with two young girls. Men are all the same. It doesn't matter how old I get with the young girls. It just that's all you who knows me, and then he went to arrange her marriage with a 16-year-old.
Wait, hold on. Go. What the heck were you talking about? I'm sorry, did I just read something about an arranged marriage with a 16-year-old? What the are you talking about? Huh? What? On second thoughts, I don't think I want to know. Maybe that's something that's best kept, in the, just forgotten.
You seem to attract all sorts of interesting people, Mr. Edgeworth.
Okay, please, I'm begging you, by all means, do not provoke her any further. She's probably the witness.
Aren't you forgetting about something, Mr. Edgeworth? This person could be the witness.
Honestly, I hope she isn't, but I don't think Faye is going to be so kind today.
I saw what happened. I even saw the exact moment it happened. How's that?
So it's true. She is the witness.
I don't suppose I can afford to ignore the old bag.
Yes, it was just a little while ago. I saw it happen right in front of me. The moment of the murder.
You mean to say that you witnessed someone being killed right before your eyes?
Sounds like a pretty important piece of testimony to me.
Alright, old bag. What old bag witnessed?
I came to the stadium to take a short break. And as I was resting, I happened to glance over and I saw two men facing each other in that area. Suddenly, there was a loud gunshot, and the person who was shot fell to the ground. It was a very terrifying experience, let me tell you.
Alright.
Looks like we hit the jackpot, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
The problem is that honestly didn't feel very detailed. The problem is it felt a slight bit vague. Yes, I can't afford to ignore what she has to say. Unfortunately.
What's that unfortunately you tacked on at the end supposed to mean, Edgy Poo?
Well, anyway, let's see what we can find out from this little old lady.
Yes, the creature.
What do you mean, creature? I'm a human being.
Your presence terrifies me.
Hold it!
Alright. You mean you took a break from being the Pink Badger?
You may not think it, but it's hard work keeping kids' dreams alive.
You know what? If there's one thing I can give Old Bag, it's that she is, she's got a lot of energy to do a lot of different things. I can at least give her that. Considering the amount of things she seems to have done throughout the years and at her age, I gotta say that's kind of impressive that she has the energy to deal with it all. So I guess I can... Do I have a profile for you yet? Yes, I do. How old are you? Interesting.
You smell of sweat, your hip creaks with pain, you even begin to dream about work.
That's the kind of story that would scar a child for life, you know?
Well, that's why I chose to take my break here, whippersnapper. I don't plan on playing the part of a dead badger in front of a bunch of kids.
So what did you see while you, the Pink Badger, were resting?
Oh yes, that, well...
As I was resting, I happened to glance over and I saw two men facing each other in that area. What area are you talking about, if I might ask? You saw two men. Can you describe them for me?
They looked like your average Joes, completely uninteresting and not worth fawning over. I'm telling you, they were so boring, I don't even remember much beyond that.
But did they have any special features? Anything you can recall would be very helpful.
Oh my, don't tell me you're jealous of those two men.
Hey, she's right. You do seem pretty worked up over them, Mr. Edgeworth.
I'm not worked up over everyone, and I'm not jealous. I'm trying to figure out who's a murderer here. And who's a kidnapper. Please.
It's alright, Edgy Poo. Those two were just complete fouls compared to a stallion like you. I thought so little of them that I lost interest the instant I laid eyes on them.
You're so unhelpful, it hurts. There was a loud gunshot and the person who was shot fell to the ground. So this had to have been... So if she's talking about she saw all of him fell to the ground, then she has to be talking about Deacon. Then you're claiming to have seen the exact moment in which the murder took place.
Absolutely. The gun made a terrible racket when it was fired.
You didn't try to go help the person that got shot?
I'm Only one person, you smart alecky brat. What could I have done?
Okay, fair enough, honestly. I mean, you want to run it... Okay, do you want to run into a person that... And that just... Do you want to try and run towards a person that just shot somebody? Like, if you try... I don't know.
But I took off as soon as I could to find someone who could help.
2 men, 1 bullet. It's all consistent with what we found out from the body. Sadly, there wasn't exactly a lot of new information to go on in your testimony.
Well, if I saw the guy again, I'm sure I could identify him for you.
Oh, really?
I mean, how do you expect me to remember anything without something to jog my memory?
Self-centered, aren't we?
Well, it was somewhat useful. Her testimony also presents us with a new problem.
Mr. Edgeworth,
Yes?
so about this new problem,
What is that giant grin on your face for?
do you want me to show you something really nice?
No, thank you.
Don't be so mean. I swear it's something that you're going to like.
What is that gadget you're holding? Is that a phone?
What you see before you is the secret weapon of a great thief.
Ah, I should have known it would be worthless.
Don't be like that.
What the?
What do you think now?
What is it doing? It's projecting something into the air.
I'm going to input the necessary information to run the simulation now.
I'm sorry, the what?
Once I'm done, I'll increase the size of the projection to match its maximum size. Dark skies of evening, when no other bird dares take wing, one alone remains all-seeking. Seen. Now, witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood.
Okay? What the? What is this?
This is a recreation of the murder based on the info I've input into Little Thief.
You can do this? This is awesome! Little thief. I guess you're talking about taking the Robin Hood thing a bit too far.
Little Thief is actually meant to be a simulator for me to plan my thefts. But I suppose if I use it like this... Let's see, Miss Olbach said that the 2 men were facing each other. And then a gunshot rang out and the victim fell to the ground.
Huh. Ah, so with this we can inspect the crime scene as it was in the past.
See? So what do you think?
That is insanely useful. What? I have to say, I'm impressed by the technology thieves have access to these days.
Well, it's a super secret weapon of the mighty Yatagarasu.
Indeed.
Oh, but if there isn't enough information or if something is out of place, the recreation could come out a little strange.
In other words, I can use this to authenticate the validity of a witness's testimony.
You got it. You really catch on quick, Mr. Edgeworth.
This is useful. Right now, this simulation is a recreation of that witness's testimony. So for now, I should re-examine everything. And if I find anything illogical or strange, I can then ask for clarification.
Feel free to examine anything in the simulation in the way you always do. You can even present evidence when you find a contradiction. And if you find something, I've got the Little Thief with me, so you just let me know, okay?
This is cool! Begin investigation. Okay, how the hell do you guys get your hands on this? So, you believe that this gadget will provide us with the proof we need?
Yeah, of course. Pretty neat, huh? By inputting info like this, it can recreate the crime scene exactly as it was. Although, Little Thief was originally intended to be a training sim for heists.
A training sim for thievery? I don't believe I can turn a deaf ear to that, Kay.
It's for practice. It's not like I've actually stolen anything yet. Besides, we're in the middle of an investigation, so stop nitpicking.
Even if it is just practice, I can't exactly endorse the act of stealing. Although, admittedly, this device is rather useful in an investigation. So, how am I supposed to use this to aid my investigation?
Oh, that's right. I guess I should explain how to use it, huh? Objects outlined in yellow are things that are not present in our time, but were in the past. Things outlined in a dotted line are things that exist now, but didn't in the past.
I see.
You can examine and interact with replicated people and objects as you normally do. You can even present evidence when you find an inconsistency. Oh, and be sure to point out the mistakes in the recreation with evidence, too.
Very well. Let's continue with the investigation.
If there's something you don't get about Little Thief, feel free to ask me anytime, okay?
Alright, let's give it a shot. Alright, well, let's take a look at the body first. According to the testimony, the victim fell to the ground here.
That's right. But...
But, if that's the case, then we've already found our first contradiction.
Huh? What? Where?
If this is the real scene of the crime, there's something missing that should be here. Which piece of evidence shows the missing item? Missing item. Is it the pendant?
Nope. Maybe you're still adjusting to the simulation?
Yes, that's it. Let me find my bearings and I'll present the contradiction again. Review the evidence again. It should go without saying that the truth lies in what is missing from the scene. Is it the murder notes?
Take that!
This is a contradiction.
Is something wrong with my recreation?
If this is the real scene of the crime, something specific should be here. If you think back, how did we deduce that the other crime scene was not the real one?
Oh, I get what's missing now. There's no blood on the ground here either, right?
Right. The fact that there's no blood here casts doubt on the witness's testimony.
AJ Poe! How can you doubt me like that?
Very easily, old bag.
Are you calling me a liar?
Yes.
I know what I saw, and I saw the victim get shot down.
You know, I don't think she's lying, Mr. Edgeworth.
To be honest, I can't think of a reason why she would lie to me. So if she's not lying, then she must have mistaken it, right? In that case, maybe there's another explanation for the distinct lack of blood. Why is there no blood around the victim's prone body? I need to take a look at the logic because I haven't checked in a while. Nope, that's not gonna help. Well, let's take a look at the killer themselves. It's a silhouette of the killer with his gun at the ready. Okay, is it not possible to recreate the face of the killer?
Well, I can't exactly input what we don't know into Little Thief.
She has a point. Now I'm fairly convinced that the victim was killed here. Well, then why is there no blood? There must be some explanation for this contradiction. Perhaps I should go over all the information I've gathered one more time. That being said, I don't think I got proper logic here that can help.
What is this? Some sort of new attraction?
Oh, wait! Was the victim in a costume? If the victim was in a costume, then the costume could have absorbed all the blood, right? Yeah! Is it not possible that the victim was wearing a costume?
So you really think that Mr. Deacon was one of the kidnappers?
I think we can reasonably assume there's a very good chance that he was. And that if he was shot while he was inside one of those stolen costumes...
Then Mr. Deacon's blood would be inside the costume instead of on the ground.
Yeah, his blood would be absorbed by the costume, so he... In that case, he most likely was a kidnapper. But he was a butler to Lance, so why would he kidnap the kid that he's, like, a butler to? Maybe he holds a grudge, maybe he's been treated wrong, I don't know. I feel like we need to see Lance himself in order to get more answers at this rate. Because we haven't actually seen hide nor hair of Lance. Precisely. Now, if only we could prove that the victim was wearing a costume.
You think it'd be pretty easy if we could find some footprints. The problem is finding them since there doesn't seem to be any around.
That's where I want to ask, Emma something. Footprints, huh? I wonder how we can go about finding some of those. Emma! 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 I need your help.
This is amazing. Just feel the power of science.
Emma, I'm gonna need your device. Emma, about that method you were talking about for finding footprints.
Ah, finally my expert knowledge in forensics is needed.
Yes, well, can you detect and trace any even partial footprints?
Leave it to me. My cutting-edge detection kit can find anything.
Very well. If you could please analyze the footprints in this area.
Okay, stand back now and witness the power of science at work.
Oh.
Hey, I found something. Look, right here.
I don't see anything.
Oh, that's right. Here, put these special glasses on, Mr. Edgeworth.
Ah! These footprints here were definitely left by a badger costume.
Judging by the way the prints were layered, those would seem to be the newest.
Then we can conclude that the victim was definitely wearing a costume at the time. Very good. So we now know that... I think that without a doubt confirms then that Deacon was one of the kidnappers. Why would they kidnap Lance? At the moment, the only thing I can think about in why Lance would be kidnapped is because money. Because, I mean, $1 million, that's quite the substantial amount.
Okay, in that case, I'll update all of these simulation parameters. I can't wait to see what we find out from this new info.
I really like this little thief thing. Alright, so the blue badger was shot. Investigation complete. Ah, mental restoration. Well, the victim was wearing a costume when he died.
And with that, we should be one step closer to truth, right?
Hey, you have been actually fantastic, partner. Your salary will be increased.
But I don't have a salary, Mr. Edgeworth.
Sorry, I'm thinking of a certain detective right now. I see the recreation has changed in accordance with the new information. We may be close, but now something else has caught my attention. Really?
What do you want?
Your testimony, naturally. I'd like to hear it one more time, if you please. Old Bag. What Old Bag witnessed.
I came to the stadium to take a short break. As I was resting, I happened to glance over and I saw two men facing each other in that area. Suddenly, there was a loud gunshot and the person who was shot fell to the ground. It was a very terrifying experience, let me tell you.
Isn't this the same testimony from before?
So, does this mean that Miss Olbeck's testimony has a contradiction in it?
Yes, and I believe our best course of action is to compare it with your recreation.
See? I just knew Little Thief would be of help. Now, let's see if we can pull more info from Miss Olbeck and to put into the recreation.
For that, we must first find the contradiction in her testimony. What Old Bag witnessed. I came to the stadium to take a short break. Might as well repress everything just in case. You mean you took a break from being the Pink Badger? I don't think anything new is actually going to appear from pressing, but... there is something now that I think is interesting. I can press everything just in case something new happens. You still two men. The thing is, if she was... What's bothering me is the fact that she says she knows it was two men and that there wasn't any distinct characteristics about them. Because, I don't know about you, but I certainly think someone wearing a costume of a badger would certainly be, pretty noteworthy. Hold it! The problem is I don't know if that's... what to exactly show in regards to that. Just to be safe, I'm pressing everything again. Oh, wait, this seems different.
Oh, don't you have anything to say to me?
No, not especially.
You're so cold, Edgy Poo. But that is exactly what I like about you.
Sure are one tough cookie. One part unshakable and one part scary.
What's that smart mouth of yours, Missy? What do you know about my fragile heart?
Your heart is not fragile. I'm gonna be honest with you. You have gone through things and your heart is as rigid as steel. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, but I'd say it's a good thing considering the fact that you can't be shaken up that easily. Easily. Hey. Knowing what we know thanks to your recreation.
The contradiction stands out like a giant sore thumb.
Precisely. It's all becoming clear to me. Let's clear up this issue with some well-presented evidence and get this over with. I saw two men facing each other.
Objection!
Yeah, but how'd you know it was two men? And also, why didn't you mention the fact it was two men? How did you know the gender of the two people involved? Seeing as how the victim was wearing a costume at the time. Furthermore, I have another matter I'd like to inquire about. I'd very much like to know why you failed to mention the costume in your testimony. I'm beginning to doubt if you really witnessed the murder at all.
But I'm telling you, I really did see it.
As difficult as Old Bag is being, I do believe that she probably witnessed the actual murder. I can actually believe that she thinks she did. The question is, did she really, or did she just mistake something else?
I saw with my very own eyes. From a seat in the second tier.
See, in the second tier? The second tier?
Hey, didn't you say you saw it right in front of you earlier?
That was, you know, I was using the phrase in a metaphorical sense.
I see our witness still has a screw loose in the metaphorical sense as well. Gosh dang it.
The cushy seats in the second tier are reserved for hotshot VIPs, which is exactly why I go there now and again to take a nap.
Can't see how you could have gotten a good look from there. It's so high up.
Were you able to see even the victim's costume from way up there?
Well, I know I saw two people, but I couldn't really see what they looked like because they were in the stage's shadow.
It was hard to make out the killer and victim that Oldbag saw in the stage's shadow. Got it, so it wasn't clear as you made it out to be.
My eyesight isn't what it used to be, you know. Not like when I was young and some people called me Eagle Eye and I could see a man 100 paces away and they also noticed that me in the flash, but I'm scared we'll go judgmental.
Let's return to our investigation, shall we, Kay?
You got it.
I feel like they made her text faster in this game to make it even harder to read. Begin the investigation. I want to take a look at the logic. Okay, I only have one thing. Just had to be safe. It looks like they broke the stage down. The stage I saw this morning in the center of the stadium has been packed away. Huh. Really? Wait,
I guess this means they're done for the day.
maybe it's because a different show is scheduled to start its run tomorrow. Hang on. The stage I saw this morning in the center of the stadium has been packed away. But wait, this may not be correct, but... yeah, I thought so. If the stage was packed away, then the shadow shouldn't have even been possible, right? So this had to have happened. If Wendy is right that she couldn't see because of shadow, then this means that this murder occurred like after it or something. If that woman's testimony is to be believed, the murder occurred before the stage was broken down. Oh, sorry, that's what I meant. Duh.
Do you want me to input that bit of information into Little Thief?
Yes, if you please.
Okay.
Alright, let's see it. So the stage was up. Oh, dear. Yeah, there's a giant issue here. Okay. The killer is inside the stadium. Literally. There's a clearly... do I even want to say contradiction or just fault with reality?
Contradiction here.
Please stop stealing my lines.
Oh, come on. It wasn't that hard to see it coming, even for a layman like me.
I suppose. In any case, it's not possible for the killer to have stood here in that way. Because there was a very real stage set up in the spot at the time.
Jeez, I told you I got it. Do you feel the need to explain everything?
Why not? It's fun. But yes, well, in any case, we need to resolve this unusual situation.
Isn't it obvious? The killer was on top of the stage, naturally.
Nope, that's impossible.
Right, this old bag?
Yes, I remember now. The killer was standing on top of the stage.
Well, that's either wrong or creates a very big issue. If it's wrong, yeah, if it's wrong, then obviously it's because the person that was killed was shot in the abdomen, and the shot was going upwards. It would be kind of impossible to do that kind of shot unless you did some sort of Wild West ricochet shot. In which case, you need to find a different profession. The other thing is that if this is somehow true, then that creates an issue of, is there a second body somewhere that we're not aware of? But more than likely, it's just that this is not possible, because the abdomen was where he was shot.
See? Now let me update the info in the simulation.
I don't think that's right. No, that's not right. No, that can't be it. You know what? I think I get it. There's actually another way the situation could be played out to make it make a lot more sense. Swap the positions. Uh-oh.
Well, what have we here? A bunch of hooligans running amok, I see.
Hey, Lang. And your cavalcade of workers. Agent Lang, how nice of you to join us.
Well, I can't have you going around messing up my crime scenes.
Agent Lang, we've discovered that the real crime scene of the murder is here at the stadium.
I see. Thanks.
What?
I'm just trying to show you my appreciation for all the time you saved me. Who knew that such a strange little toy could recreate a crime scene like that?
Really is not a toy.
You too. Sir!
No! Oh, they're not gonna just... I thought they were gonna steal it from her. No, they're just recreating it. That's fine. Love this guy. I do like Lang. He seems really cool. I also really like his design.
And there you have it. You see? Big boys like me don't need silly toys, little girl. Now this is a recreation.
So what? Do you still intend to assert that Officer Meekins is the killer?
Of course. Even knowing that the crime took place here doesn't let him off the hook.
Really? Alright, Lang. Agent Lang's logic.
This is the real scene of the crime. Officer Meekins lay in wait for the victim on top of the stage. When the victim finally showed up, he shot him from on high. That's the truth your little recreation showed.
No, that's not right at all. How far will you go to accuse Officer Meekins of the crime?
He's the most likely suspect we've got, especially given the situation with his gun.
Well, even if he is the killer, at least my recreation was on the mark.
You see? Thank you for understanding, my little crow girl.
I'm not some coming crow. I'm the Yagarasu, the Raven of Legend.
Unfortunately, your conclusion has yet to be tested, so let's see how well it holds up. There's a very glaring obvious issue here. I just really want to get straight to. And when the victim finally showed up, he shot him from on high. Nope, that's not even physically possible.
Objection!
I'm terribly sorry, Agent Lang. I should have warned you that our recreation is incomplete. You cut in quite unexpectedly, after all.
What's that supposed to mean?
You said that the victim was shot by the killer from up above, correct? I hate to break it to you, but that's not possible.
Huh? Why not?
Recall Mr. Deacon's body, specifically where the gunshot wounds were located.
Actually, I didn't get that good of a look.
You know what, that's fair. You're a child and you don't want to look at a body. Oh, well then. The bullet entered Mr. Deacon in his abdominal region and exited his right shoulder. This is more consistent with an angle shot from beneath the victim.
Then...
Yes, our recreation had the victim being shot at an angle from above. So the likely truth is that the positions were swapped. The blue badger, or Deacon, had to have been on the stage. And then the shooter had to have been below. That makes more sense as to how an angle shot like that could occur.
Clear contradiction.
You're discounting your own conclusions.
No, this one point is the only flaw. This was the mistaken parameter in our recreation. The killer and the victim's locations. Yes, the locations of the killer and the victim were wrong.
I get it. I see what you're trying to say.
I believe the killer and the victim were standing opposite to what we initially thought. It was the victim who was on the top of the stage as he was being shot by the killer. Yep. Let's see it. And it makes it very obvious how the wound appeared as it did. Yep. If this is what's happened, it also explained the positioning of the gunshot wounds.
But then, what about the footprints?
Since footprints don't lie, we can assume then that the killer also wore a costume.
Okay, I'll try using that data instead.
So the badgers are killing each other is what I'm learning. Judging by the fact that both the killer and the victim were wearing costumes, I'd say it was a killing between the two kidnappers. Yeah. So whoever the second kidnapper was, that would be the most natural conclusion. Won't you agree, Agent Lang? I don't even think you, Lang, could disagree with that logic.
Well done, Mr. Prosecutor. But that alone doesn't clear Officer Meekins of the crime.
Really? Another bit of proof.
I asked that you take another good look at the tire marks over there. The 3 marks are indicative of the Blue Badger mobile. That story Officer Meekins told about that shop on wheels getting stolen was just a lie. He drove the Blue Badger mobile here and committed the murder. Then he used the car to move the body to the garage in the Wild Wild West area.
You believe he moved the body with the car?
That's right. It was Officer Meekins himself who pointed us to the way he did it.
The 3-timed tread marks are very telling. However, is the Blue Badger mobile the only thing capable of creating such a pattern? Is there something in evidence that proves that could tell of what would also create 3 tread marks? Wait. I just had a... whoopsie daisy. Hang on for a second. This is gonna pause the recording for a sec, but I just did something on my computer. Oh, wait, never mind. It went away. Something just popped up on my computer that decided to go away. It was like the Windows menu from holding it in from holding something there. I see you take another good look at the tire marks. The thing that I'm thinking is I don't know how accurate it could be. But could it be that the costume was dragged? The way that the badger's head is, there's like these 3 prongs on top of it. So I'm wondering, could those make a tread mark of its own? I don't know. I don't fully believe that as well, but who knows. The tire marks.
Yes, the tire marks. The one there behind the stage.
Well,
they were hidden up until now by the various pieces of stage equipment. As to when they were made,
they must have been made after the rain had begun to fall, correct?
yes, and probably around the same time when the killer's footprints were made. The tires on that Blue Badger mobile probably got pretty muddy because of that. I say it's the Blue Badger mobile because, well, that's pretty obvious too.
3 marks are indicative of the Blue Badger mobile. 3 tire marks. I have to agree that the Blue Badger mobile has 3 tires.
Of course. The only thing in this park that can make those marks is that roving shop.
Oh no. Are you forgetting that there are, in fact, 3 of them? You can't simply ignore the pink and the Proto Badger mobiles, Agent Lang.
Of course. I didn't say it couldn't be either those other 2. But I see no reason to drag them into this just to complicate things.
The story Officer Meekins told about that shop on wheels getting stolen was just a lie. Of course, you have some sort of proof that it was all a lie, correct?
Of course not.
Well, that was blunt.
But suppose it is a lie. It would explain a lot of things. Like his movements and his whereabouts.
He drove the Blue Badger mobile here and committed the murder. So you still claim that the tire marks belong to the Blue Badger mobile?
It must have arrived on the scene after the ground had become wet with rain. Officer Meekins committed the murder.
Then, he used the car to move the body to the garage in the Wild Wild West area. Besides the Blue Badger-mobile, there are other ways the body could have been moved. So,
Recall what the Wild Wild West area looked like. Only the Blue Badger-mobile and Mr. Deacon's body were in the garage. I'd say that's proof.
I suppose if one were to look at that place, that would be the only logical conclusion. However, my experience tells me that the truth is usually not so easily found. Is there some sort of problem with Agent Lang's statement regarding that scene?
Looks like the only thing that the car was selling was death, not dreams.
Only if what Agent Lang believes turns out to be true. The three tread marks are very telling. However, is the Blue Badger-mobile the only thing capable of creating such a pattern? I don't think so. I think it's getting what I thought as well. I think it's getting at what I thought. The 3 marks are indicative of the Blue Badger-mobile. I don't think so. Oh, never mind. I'm stupid.
That thing has nothing to do with it. You're stupid. Your battle is so badly needing repair, you might as well throw it out too. This is the real D here. Your core mannerisms are worthless at a crime scene.
Three marks are indicative of the Blue Badger-mobile. There had to have been something else that could have created 3 tread marks. No. So the only thing the car selling is death, not dreams. Is the Blue Badger-mobile the only thing capable of creating such a pattern? Tread marks. Yes, tread marks. Agent Lang, help me.
I need a scroll to look at this. Yep, says you're stupid.
Yeah. Laugh it up. I don't need to be overflowing with self-confidence. I just need to think rationally. Costume separating the head and body. Hey, I'm not so sure here. This one's actually kind of stumping me. I feel like I'm on the right track. I just don't remember, just don't know exactly what to present. Ooh. Uh... Wait.
Objection!
Wait. Sorry, Agent Ling, but that's an impossible tale. There's something I realize now. I see it. He says the Blue Badger mobile was taken out, right? I don't know about you, but those are some pretty clean tires for something that was just taken out in the mud. That's an impossible tale.
And why is that?
Those tire marks could not have been left by Officer Meekin's Blue Badger mobile. One look at the car would have told you so. What proves that the Blue Badger mobile had never been into the stadium? The tires. They're awfully clean, wouldn't you say, Lang? Take a good look at the tires. There's not a single dollop of mud to be found on it. This car had come to the backstage area and left those tire tracks. And the lack of mud on these tire stands turns out as very peculiar indeed.
Then how do you explain the tire tracks, genius?
Hey, hi guy. What about this old ex-pink Badger mobile?
Don't be ridiculous. I was sleeping the entire time in the second tier seats.
Indeed, I believe we can rule her out as someone related to the crime. However, there is yet one more roving store, as I recall.
Oh, you mean the Proto Badger?
Yep, where's that Proto Badger? That's right, there's one more parking space inside that garage. And it proves the existence of the Proto Badger mobile. Agent Lang, I suggest you find this Proto Badger mobile post-haste. There must still be some sort of incriminating evidence on it.
Hey, did you hear something?
What? Who are you? What? Huh? You good?
Oh, me.
Yo, you good?
Are you right?
Who's this?
Well, this is something. Looks like we found our kidnapping victim.
Wait, this is Lance? Wait, what's he doing here then? What?
Where were you all this time?
Oh, what? With kidnappers? He was in the room next to the one I was held in. They, using underground, got lost. The kidnappers.
What is it? I can't understand what you're trying to say.
The kidnappers escaped wearing costumes.
Did you see the faces of your kidnappers?
No, I didn't see their faces, but one was a woman. Woman?
Well, it's an important piece of testimony. Hey, what are you guys doing? Stop standing there and get your cops on this already. I'll even let you guys have what the kid said just now. No, consider it a gift.
Also, why did your assistant just help you out?
Now, are you going to get out of my crime scene or am I going to have to get rough?
Ken?
Yeah, you're nothing but a big bully. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, let's go.
No, not you. You're a very important witness for my case. I'm not about to let you get away that easily.
Don't count on me to testify because I won't. Not for you.
That's right. I won't either. You hear me, you young whippersnapper?
Hey, calm down. There's no need for all this hostility. I just want to take a statement from each of you. I'm not going to rough either of you up. I give you my word. Come now, fair maidens. What do you say? Will you cooperate?
Fair maiden. My, you little rascal, you should know your way into a woman's heart.
Langsy says, the passage of time is but a fleeting moment, and a lady is young forever.
Trying to outdo my edgy poo with your fancy smancy sayings. Let's get this over with. So we're clear, I'm only interested in giving you my statement.
Sure, just as soon as Mr. Brodsky relieves us be.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Just do it, Emma. Don't get in trouble. So why did the... Now that's really weird. Why would the person that was kidnapped suddenly just become free? Huh. That's strange. March 13th, 2:34 p.m., Wild Wild West area. Well, okay.
Looks like we got the boot again.
With Lance safe, the focus of the investigation will shift solely into the murder.
You mean the infighting between the kidnappers?
Yes, and also the identity of the remaining kidnapper. Oh, is it? Miles, my boy! Hey, your son got found! Tell me it's true! Tell me that you really found my boy! Yes, Miss Amano. We found him earlier in the stadium.
And my little Lance is unhurt.
He's not exactly the picture of perfect health, but his life is not in danger. He's being questioned right now by Agent Lang.
Oh, poor Lance. It must have been so horrible for him. Locked up and like it.
Well, on the bright side, he's alive, so look at it that way. Anything of interest, Kay? What is it, Kay? You look like you stumbled upon something.
I'm kind of confused by all the different events going on.
Well, that's just part of being in these games.
What are you talking about?
Don't worry about it.
First there's the kidnapping, and then the co-conspirators of that end up in a murder. And Miss Olbach saw the crucial moment, but you and Miss Olbach are kinda...
We do not need to investigate further into that last statement. Disregarding the fact of who it came from, the witness's testimony was a mess. However, it did shed some light on the truth behind this case.
Well, let's keep investigating and see what the other types of people we run into, shall we?
The question I have is, why was suddenly Lance let go? Was the kidnapper suddenly satisfied with the $1 million that they got and just decided, I'll give them out now? I mean, I'm glad the kid's alright, but it's just confusing why. Alright, you two. Lance Amano.
Miles, my boy, I can't thank you enough.
There was nothing.
I'm still in shock over what happened to Oliver. But I have to say that I'm relieved that Lance is all right. Oh, that's right. I mustn't forget to pass this on to Lance as soon as the police are finished with him.
A letter? Letter? What's this?
The way Lance is being chased after by women reminds me of someone I know. I almost can't believe he received yet another love letter, you see. You know. Here, take a look for yourself.
Isn't this a breach of confidentiality? It's a very simple love letter. My dear Lance Amano, may I come see you again? Your beloved... Viola? Tender Lender Loan Why does that sound familiar? Tender Lender... Was Tender Lender the people in the third game that had, like, that was dealing with, like, the tiger guy who tried to impersonate Phoenix? I feel like it was. At the very least, the Tender Lender name sounds familiar. It is? Alright. I was about to say, that name sounds very familiar. There. Vio Tigre and Viola Cadaverini. Yeah, that's right. Okay, I had to make sure, because I was about to say, that name is incredibly familiar. Here.
Oh, hey, let me see. That's really weird. It's from a loan company, Tenderlender. Looks more like a collection bill to me.
Interesting. Alright. What about the lady? Hello, madam. Lance Amano.
He loves me not. He loves me not. Oh, that's the 12th one. No, you can't give up, Lauren. Just one more try.
Excuse me, but I can't help but feel a bit sorry for all the flowers you've gone through.
I suppose if they were me, then.
I believe you said that you were Lance's girlfriend when we first met, correct?
Yes, I am, but. Oh, it's not like we both think of each other as lovers. But he did give me this ring, so I guess we're not just friends either. I mean, because this isn't just any ordinary ring. It's candy. It tastes so sweet when you lick it. It's so wonderful.
You mean to tell me that he gave you a lollipop ring?
So which is it? Have you guys not decided if you're going out, or is it just one-sided?
Decided? Shouldn't the parties involved naturally just know?
My father used to work for Mr. Romano. And so Lance and I grew up together. I said it out loud.
I don't see how that's anything to be embarrassed about. So your father was an employee of the Amano Group. What did he do?
I heard his job was to fly around the world. On Pegasus.
Pegasus? Pegasus?
Oh, Pegasus was the name of the airplane. The airplane belonged to the company.
Oh, okay.
You had me there for a second. But now, it's all changed. My father, he isn't around anymore. Oh, I see. About 10 years ago, he rode in Pegasus off somewhere and never returned.
Riding Pegasus to whereabouts unknown. Sounds like the stuff legends are made of.
It's been so long. I didn't think I'd recognize him if we were to ever meet again. I'm so sorry, Lauren. But I won't give into the sadness. I have to live. Yes, Lauren, live.
About the case. About this incident.
Incident? But isn't the kidnapping already over and dealt with? I've been here the whole time, so I'm afraid I don't know much about any other incident.
How did you come to know that Lance had been kidnapped?
Oh, that's because of my woman's intuition.
You based everything on that?
I know everything when it comes to my Lance. It's really strange. It really must be destiny. She started fantasizing again.
Well, it's not getting any helpful information.
So, what are you going to do now, Mr. Edgeworth?
I don't know. We already established that there's a good chance that the killer is the other kidnapper. It's my duty to figure out who this other person is. I believe there's one location that might hold a clue or two. It's the, Wait, not the crime scene. Would it be the kidnapper's hideout? The obvious location is the kidnapper's hideout.
But we're still not allowed in, remember?
Agent Lang and his men should be done with this area. In that case, there's no harm in asking the officers over there to let us in. Excuse me! What do you have to report?
Sir, nothing unusual or out of the ordinary, sir.
Where have I heard such redundancy before? Wait. Is it possible for you to let us take a look around inside?
Sir! Roger, sir!
That was surprisingly hassle-free. That's Gumshoe. Are you certain? Didn't Agent Lang order you not to allow me in?
Sir, that's true, sir, but... Detective Gumshoe asked me personally to let you in, sir. And I couldn't refuse a request from him.
Well, looks like Detective Gumshoe has a following.
Furthermore, I was asked to give this document to you, sir.
What is this? Man, this picture. Isn't this Miss Oliver Deacon? Oh, he was a criminal! What? Colin DeBoy. A male, 5'8", 123 pounds, right-handed, whereabouts unknown after his escape from Penny Dent prison, stole a gun from a guard during his escape. We thought he might head for, or where his wife and something, sole daughter maybe.
But the name here says Colin DeVore.
It's the same name as the one on the back of the pendant. So the guy was so he was a criminal and he just hid his name. So the butler was just, well, I think it's almost guaranteed that it is him. It appears that Colin DeVore was his real name. What's this? He was convicted in a case 10 years ago and sent to prison.
What? Then what was he doing here?
Apparently, he broke out of jail and then just vanished. He must have become Oliver Deacon to cover up the fact that he was an escaped felon. There we go.
Now I'm not sure what's going on anymore.
I want to take another look at that. Whereabouts unknown after his escape from Pennydent Prison, stole a gun from a guard during his escape. We thought he might head for or where his wife and sole daughter are, but despite our surveillance, he has yet to show up. His wife and sole daughter? So he was faking being a butler. Is there some sort of link between the victim's past and this current case? These police documents are rather detailed. I should take the time to give them a thorough read eventually. It's fine. Just focus on one thing at a time, starting with the kidnapper's hideout.
Yeah, I agree. We should investigate first, think later.
More than thinking things through, I think you should try remembering things first. Now then, if you could please unlock the door, officer.
It was locked up until a little while ago, but since then the door's been wide open, sir.
I'm not sure I follow what it is you're saying. Can you explain in a bit more detail?
Sir, the door was locked down tight when they went to check out the room. So they got about 10 officers to help out and break the door down, sir.
I see. I guess that means I get Agent Lang's leftovers. Well, let's see what we find. Yeah, that's gotta be Gumshoe. Oh dear, what's happening here? March 13th, 2:55 p.m., kidnapper's hideout. So this is where the kidnappers planned their foul deed.
Well, you were tied up for a while here in the room next door.
Okay, please, must you bring that up again? Now then, down to business. There might still be some clues left in this room. Let's try to find out what we can and the other kidnapper's identity. Kidnapper's hideout. Let's begin. But first, okay, anything to note? So this is the room next to the one we were held prisoners in.
You know, I took a peek in here through the door from the other room.
As did I, Kay. Anyway, if this room was truly the kidnapper's hideout...
Then that means there should be some clues to their identity here, right?
I don't know if there are, however, the probability is quite high. I believe a thorough combing of this room is necessary. Well, here's where we were. Beyond this door.
It's where the kidnappers held you after getting the jump on you.
Must you keep reminding me?
That's the room where I got to see your awesome face.
You don't need to remind me of that mortifying moment either. Must you make fun of me? This must be where they dispose of old and worn-out costumes.
That's so sad.
It would seem that they throw the costumes away in pieces. In the hideout, there is a trash bin for old and useless costumes. Also, don't think I didn't notice that costume. I saw that. That's the, Bad Badger's outfit. What about these barrels?
Ooh, they have barrels like these just outside.
Yes, and?
Well, I know I already asked you when we were out there, but if these were real, what would you put in them?
There's an expectant gleam in her eyes that I'm about to dash. Oh well. There is something on the ground here. The door is sorely broken thanks to the police who forced it open. Oh, I guess that's pieces of the door handle or whatever. I won't rest until I've inspected.
Looks like a sword. A broken sword.
Oh! Strange. Why would it be broken like that? This is what the, in that cutscene at the beginning of the episode, this is the sword that the Proto-Badger attacked Edgeworth with. Swords don't usually break on their own. It might just be a fake cheap one.
That's true.
Alright then, let's think about editing this way. Maybe it broke when someone was trying to use it for or on something. Hypotheticals aren't going to get us anywhere. Perhaps we should think more on this later.
That doorknob handle thingy is looking pretty beat up.
I suppose that's what happens when 10 officers break their way in with brute force.
Hey, that's odd. The lock on this is completely fine. Look, not a single dent.
But how's that possible after what the officers told us?
Yeah, if the lock had been in use when the door was busted down, then the lock itself should be completely wrecked.
So the lock on the door leading to the outside is undamaged. How can that be? Was the door not actually locked? Huh. Strange. There's a downstairs area. The panel that hid the entrance to the underground is propped up and wide open. Be careful where you step, Kay.
I only fell into that other opening once, you know.
Still, can't be better safe than sorry.
Ooh, they have barrels like these just outside.
Yes, and?
I know I asked you, but... These are real... I already asked you.
But... Alright, I think that's everything there. There's a broken mirror here. Wait! Wait! This mirror shouldn't be here. This one should be in the haunted house area. I remember these broken mirrors during that beginning of the episode.
Watch out, Mr. Edgeworth. The broken mirror. It probably came from the haunted house.
Why is this here? Are they planning to repair it? Yeah, why is this here? I won't rest until I... Well, a bunch of chairs scattered. Folding chairs, and by the looks of it, they were probably used by the kidnappers.
There are 3 chairs set around the table.
So 3 kidnappers? Strange. 3 cups of coffee as well. Cheap styrofoam cups.
Looks like only 3 cups were used.
Yeah. I wonder what this key is to.
You got me.
Reminds me of the key we found in the other room.
That's it! This must be a key for one of those trapdoors.
That wasn't a trapdoor, you only call it one because you quite literally jumped into it.
Hey, but isn't that what you're supposed to do when you see one?
I am not having this conversation with you, damn it. There's a map up here. The post of Gatewater Land is stuck on this wall. Intrigue, fun, prestige. Gatewater Land has it all, and it's waiting for you. It's not especially catchy, is it? Come up with a better slogan, shall you? There's also this, a sign advertising the photo rally. Something I have absolutely no interest in.
Yeah, but I do. I'm gonna get my hands on the rest of the Badger family. You'll see.
She definitely brings a decidedly different atmosphere to a criminal investigation. What's this machine here? Oh, it's not... It's not a machine, it's a...
Whoever lined these up did it perfectly. They're not even a single hair off. I feel bad about using these because I'd be like stealing the perfection away.
I expect it's more like you wouldn't want me to be the one to put them away. I thought it was a machine. I thought it looked like maybe a trash can or something. They're so perfectly put together.
Hey, there's a trapdoor in this room too.
It's not a trapdoor, it's an entrance to an underground passage, okay?
I know that.
The door leading to the outside world was locked, so Lance must have escaped his prison through here. Well, let's see if we can't combine some logic. First of all, there is an obvious thing to try and combine. 3 cups with 3 folding chairs. So it looks like we're dealing with potentially 3 suspects here. The common denominator between the cups and the folding chairs is the number 3. Speaking of which, the number of missing costumes is also 3. Ah! Yeah, that's right.
Wait, but I thought there were only 2 kidnappers.
There might be a third we're forgetting. That we're missing. Indeed. Something isn't adding up. Literally. Is it possible there's a third kidnapper that Lance didn't see? Was the door... Oh! The sword was likely used... There was likely an attempt to use the sword to break down the door, probably by Lance. It's a bit strange that the police had to force their way into an unlocked room. One look at the pristine door lock, and anyone can see that I was not in use at the time.
But the policeman outside said it took 10 men to get it open.
A door that was locked tight despite being not locked at all. Can only be because of this.
Oh, you mean...
Yes, it was used to jam the door. Here, take a look at the door handle. You see how the handle is completely destroyed?
So that's how the sword broke.
Yep. I thought that we might uncover the true identity of the kidnappers. Instead, we've only uncovered more questions that need to be answered. okay? Kill it. Please. Help. What is it?
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, am I correct?
What are you doing, suddenly popping out of a secret entrance like that?
This is an underground passage used by staff members, sir. We badgers also make use of it in our duties. Look, why don't you get out of there first and then we'll talk, okay? I beg your pardon, miss. Pro Badger, get! Alright, only one more to go.
What are you getting all excited about?
Oh, did you forget? The photo rally, duh! See, look, all I have to do is get a picture of the Bad Badger and I'm done.
Ah, yes, I vaguely recall a contest or something of that sort. So why are you here, sir? Bye.
He's gone! But where'd it go?
What happened? What's wrong?
The Bad Badger costume is missing, sir! Oh, is that all? Well, it's missing because the kidnapper stole it. I heard about they were stolen. But they said that only 3 of the costumes had been taken.
What? Is he saying that more than 3 of them are gone? Mr. Proto Badger, please, tell me a little more about these costumes you use. You there. What do you mean by a Bad Badger costume is missing?
Why, just what I said, sir. We are 1 Bad Badger short. Counting the spares, we have 2 of each costume on hand at all times. Okay, so because one of them is walking around in the park.
The other should be in that room.
Actually, both of them should be in that room. Huh? What do you mean? Normally, we don't use the Bad Badger costumes. In fact, we only use them during a certain event at a set time each day. It's the stage show where the Bad Badger wreaks havoc around the park. And the other Badgers must work together to apprehend him, sir.
I'm speechless that such a show exists.
Well, sir, I was just trying to explain to you that the only time we use that costume. Then doesn't that make it near impossible to take a picture of the Bad Badger? Personally, I can't believe that it's close to the showtime and there's no costume. Oh dear, what am I to do, sir?
All this basically means is that our kidnapper stole 4 costumes in total.
Then are you saying that there are 4 kidnappers?
No, I don't think that's very likely.
Oh?
Recall the costumes for a minute.
It's the ones you mean?
What proves that a 4th kidnapper does not exist? It's this, right?
Take that!
The Pink Badger. If you had 4 people and you had wanted to steal a 4th costume, wouldn't you naturally go for the full set and steal a Pink Badger costume instead? Yeah, because why would you... Because then it would be more obvious if something was wrong with, you know... So there was 2 Bad Badgers, right? Or, well, I don't know.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And yet, the kidnappers decide to steal another Bad Badger. I believe the culprits need 2 Bad Badger costumes, but the question is why? A 4th stolen costume by the 3-person kidnapping group. Where's the other costume? I see. There we go. That's what I needed. The unaccounted Bad Badger and the costume pieces. They tossed it out. The second Bad Badger costume. I believe it may be closer at hand than we think.
What do you mean?
Okay, go dumpster diving. That costume in the trash. Wouldn't you say that it's wearing some very telltale pants?
Hey, you're right. Let's get out of there and take a closer look.
As I suspected, it's a Bad Badger costume. The hand is ripped.
Well, minus the head.
The right hand is ripped. Why? I won't rest until... Why is the right hand ripped?
Look, its hand's hurt.
That immediately makes me think of one thing, which is our friend Cullen Devore. It says here that he was right-handed, and this costume also has a tear in its right hand, so I wonder if that's important. If maybe this is the costume, if maybe we can take a look inside and see if there's blood.
Its hand's hurt.
Looks more like something was ripped off of it. Oh, I have to deduce it. wonder why this Mad Badger costume's right hand is torn up like this.
Maybe it's a flesh wound from a fight with the Blue Badger? I always knew the Blue Badger was one ferocious beast.
I somehow doubt that even real badgers are as bloodthirsty as that care. Deduce. Does this one somehow connect to any of the items I hold? I think this has to be Devore's costume, right? This is not a clear contradiction. My mind hurteth. Definitely something off about this costume. If only I can envision the truth in my head, I'd be one step closer to it. Am I doing investigation 2 after this? More than likely, yeah. Yeah. Heard about reviews? I mean, I've heard some reviews saying this game has a meh final case, but that everyone really likes the second game. That's kind of the main things I've really heard. I mean, I'm also just a very easy to please guy, so for all I know, I probably might not even notice it. But I just want to play him, because I like Ace Attorney games. Where's the problem here? It's definitely the right hand that's the problem. The question is why. Does the spot somehow connect to any of that? Just it, yeah. Nope. Socrates Jones. I'm gonna have to take a look at that later. I'm definitely overlooking this somehow. What is... I am having... shoot. Again, I know it's gonna be super obvious and I'm gonna get real upset when I realize it. Is it this? Ah, there we go. I believe what we have here is an inconsistency.
Between what?
Look carefully. Our costume is not holding something in its right hand that it should be. Yeah, that's the only thing I could actually think of it in the end.
Oh, the gun!
Precisely. The Bad Badger was designed to always hold a gun in his right hand. However, where's the gun? No gun. You there. Did you remove the gun from this Bad Badger's right hand?
No, I did not, sir. The gun is supposed to be securely attached to the costume.
As I thought. The rip itself confirms my hypothesis that the gun was forcibly removed. Mr. Proto Badger, the gun is of course not a functioning weapon, correct?
Absolutely not, sir. It's just a model gun.
They probably removed it so that they could just hold a real gun instead then.
However, it can fire blanks. We use them for the stage show.
It seems that our kidnappers also had a need for the model gun, my dear costume friend. Yeah. Investigation complete. Heal me, please! Whew. I think we're about done with this room.
So, what's next?
Well, we found a few answers. But there are still a few things left that we have to ask a certain person about. Let's go, Kay. March 13th, 3:34 p.m., Wild Wild West area.
Mr. Edgeworth! Yeah, sir, come on!
What is it, Detective?
We found a blue badger costume down in front of the main gate, sir.
What?
Isn't that what one of the kidnappers was wearing?
Bingo. That's why you gotta come to the main gate with me right now. If we hurry, we might still be able to get there before Wolf Boy does, sir.
Alright, let's make haste to the main gate.
Run!
Alrighty. Still don't know. I don't know, maybe this is... I'm not sure. Oh my gosh, I just realized something. That blue badger cardboard stand there. I'm almost certain that was the one in the first game. Alright. What's the costume, Detective Gumshoe?
It's on the other side of the fountain, sir.
That is not on the other side of... Oh, well, I guess it is the other side.
Was it out here in the open all... Was it out here in the open all along?
No, it was discovered in the tall grass back there. We moved it out of here in order to examine it more thoroughly.
And let's get down to it. I won't rest. Well, there's immediately something that jumps out as obvious. What do we have here?
Oh, it's an art pendant. That's 2 treasures in one day. How lucky is that? And hey, this furry baby's made of platinum silver too.
Another pendant on top of the one we found on Mr. Deacon. Is it part of a set? Is it possible that these two... I assume it's...
All right there.
Yep. You brought the kidnapped person here.
Hands off, Mr. Prosecutor. You sure know how to cross the line, don't you? A pendant, huh? It's a very decisive piece of evidence.
How can you tell?
Look here and read off what you see.
Lauren?
Hey, it's a name that's engraved on this.
Oh no. Isn't Lauren the name of the girl?
Ha! We have you now, Miss Kidnapper.
No, You don't understand.
Lolly, I can't believe you were one of my kidnappers.
Lance,
I don't think she's a kidnapper.
you're kidding. Miss Pops was one of the kidnappers? Yes. It was me. I held Lance hostage.
So Miss Pops is one of the kidnappers. Even knowing that, I can't call this case solved or over.
Hey, guys, case closed. Get the car ready, and I mean the special one for this young lady.
Nope, you're not doing it.
Again, Mr. Prosecutor, was it this time?
Are you proposing that Miss Pops is also the culprit in the murder case? What happened? I thought Officer Meekins was your suspect.
We found it.
Found what?
That officer's gun. He literally dropped it in the middle of a thick patch of grass. Your country's police are a sham. Just look at how careless they are. Who are you calling a sham? The officer's gun didn't show signs of having been fired, so it can't be the murder weapon.
So Officer Meekins has been cleared of all charges, I see.
And that's when a brand new suspect comes walking into the scene. The murder only happened because the kidnappers started fighting amongst themselves. As I recall, it was you who said that, right, Mr. Prosecutor?
Miss Pops, did you really kill Mr. Deacon? Yes. I killed him. I can't believe it.
Thanks for the confession.
I don't believe it. Agent Lang, it's much too early to declare this case closed.
Look at you. So sure of yourself. We got the culprit's own confession and some very incriminating evidence. What more could you ask for?
Miss Lauren Pops,
Yes.
I want to hear it from you. Tell me your side of all that has happened today, from the kidnapping to the murder.
But why? I'm the kidnapper and a killer. Isn't that enough?
Please do not cut your hair. It's fine if you're the one behind everything, but only if that is the truth. Now then, will you tell us the truth? Or is there some reason why you can't?
Well, that change of hearts. I think I'd enjoy seeing you sulk away as a losing mutt. Alright, you heard me. Let's hear about all the evil deeds you committed today.
Alright, Pops. Miss Pops' confession.
The one who came up with the kidnap plan was the butler, Mr. Deacon. We knew we could get rich by holding Lance hostage. Mr. Romano would pay anything to get his son back, after all. Everything was going according to plan, but as soon as we got the money, Mr. Deacon turned on me and tried to kill me.
There, are you satisfied? She just confessed her crimes a second time. At least you have the guts to admit we've done. I can at least respect that much.
Miss Pops, is what you said really the truth?
Yes, it is.
If that is the truth, then it certainly isn't the whole truth. Because there is something that seems a bit too improbable in her confession. Miss Pops' confession. The one who came up with the kidnapping plan was the butler, Mr. Deacon.
Hold it!
How well did you know the victim?
I've spoken with him only a few times at Lance's house.
A few times. That's it.
Yes.
They only met a few times. I don't see how they could have trusted each other.
But if you hardly ever talked, then how can he trust you not to steal his plan?
That's completely irrelevant. He was planning to betray her from the very beginning. Which is why he chose someone he wasn't especially close to. Isn't that right, Sheena?
Yes. However, Mr. Deacon made a very poor choice. In the end, he was killed by the one he intended to betray himself.
I bet you didn't see that one coming.
We knew that we could get rich by holding Lance hostage.
Hold it!
You knew? How did you know something like that?
Oh no, what shall I do?
Okay, what's wrong with it now?
Come on, isn't it obvious? You're making your scary face again, that's why. Why don't you try asking her with a nicer, more gentle way? No, stop it, Lauren. You're always like this. You always fall for the stern-looking one. why you always be unhappy. Or maybe that's it. Maybe she's bewitched by your icy glare.
Mind your own business, Kay. Now then, Miss Wops, let's continue with your testimony.
Oh, yes, of course.
Mr. Romano would pay anything to get his son back, after all. Yep. Why did you believe that?
Anyone who knows Mr. Romano would think the same. I bet Lance is that old man's greatest treasure.
I suppose he would be to a doting father like Mr. Romano.
I always figured that I was it too. And I was always envious of Lance for it. Oh, because your dad's... I got this pendant from my father.
Really?
And I believe as long as I have this, I'll find my father again someday. He'll welcome me into his arms riding on the back of a Pegasus.
That pendant. She must truly believe it to be the wings of Pegasus.
Hold it!
Would you mind telling us a little about the plan itself?
Well, first we captured Lance. Oh, how'd you do that? Well, Mr. Deacon did that on his own, so I don't quite know. Bah, here I thought you knew how to steal people away.
I shudder to think what she would do with such knowledge.
Sorry, I really don't know, but somehow Mr. Deacon was able to contain him. All we had to do after that was wait for the ransom to be paid, but...
Mr. Deacon turned on me and tried to kill me.
Hold it!
Why do you think he did?
I have no idea, but maybe he planned on doing so from the very beginning. It's Pops.
Wait, Mr. Deacon planned to kill Miss Pops from the very beginning? Was that ever really likely to happen? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Was that ever likely to happen? I don't think so, but I don't know how to explain it, but I don't believe it. I'm sorry, but I don't think what you just claimed is all that likely.
Huh?
I don't think Mr. Deacon would have ever been capable of killing you.
Why? We were total strangers. It's not uncommon for people to kill each other over money.
Nope. Miss Pops, you really are clueless, aren't you?
What do you mean?
You never knew what your role in the kidnapping was, nor do you know who you really are. But I do, and I can show you with this piece of evidence. This proves that Mr. Deacon wouldn't have been able to bring himself to kill Miss Pops. Was he your dad?
Take that!
Why are you showing this to me?
So what about the pendant?
This horse pendant, along with this piece of evidence, shows who you really are.
Take that!
Yep. These two pendants resemble each other, wouldn't you agree?
Hey, you're right. They're the same color and they're even made of the same material.
I believe that these two pendants are actually one. Shall we give it a try?
Wow, it's totally Pegasus. But why? Why does my pendant match up with Mr. Deacon's?
You're a smart lady. I'm sure you can imagine why that might be.
No, that can't be.
So the two make a set. It's just an art trinket. It's not as though this changes anything.
You lack imagination, Agent Lang. Very well. I'll show you with this evidence. This is the piece of evidence that gives meaning to the Pegasus pendant. Is it his dossier?
Take that!
Yeah. Oliver Deacon was just an alias for this man. His real name was Colin Devore, the name that is etched on the horse pendant.
What? An alias? An alias?
I suppose he had to hide the fact that he was a felon somehow in order to live. And it makes sense given what is written on Mr. Devore's dossier. What I really wanted to point out was this. The specific section is what reveals the true meaning behind those pendants. This final section here. Mr. Devore had one daughter, and her name is Lauren Pops.
The lie! That person was not my father.
He couldn't come out and tell you he was your father because he was in hiding. However, I believe he was trying to secretly watch over you. Do you still believe that a man like that could kill the daughter he was separated from? Or even that such a man would allow his daughter to get involved in a kidnapping plot? What's so funny, Agent Lang?
You're good at making things up in your head and deciding it's the truth, aren't you?
What are you trying to say?
Your thinking is much too innocent. After all, I've thought of another possibility.
Is that so? Well, let's hear it. Alright, Lang, what's your logic tell you? Another possibility. I'll grant you that... Oh, that's me, sorry.
I'll grant you the two of them are father and daughter. But isn't it possible that they both knew that fact? It was no coincidence the reunited pair became involved in the House of Amano. And the two of them made good use of their means to plan this little kidnapping. Wouldn't you say my scenario is perfectly probable as well?
So this is a version of how things might have been.
You don't have any proof that either one didn't know of their true relationship, right?
I mean, they knowingly committed the kidnapping as father and daughter?
That's right. It is one really rotten family.
Is that really what happened? I better take a long, hard look at the evidence. Is there any way to prove that they really didn't know each other? How would they... Another possibility. I'll grant you the two of them are father and daughter. Precisely. Then what father would have ever willingly kill his own daughter?
I've seen a lot of things in my travels. And I can tell you that being relayed by blood is sometimes proof of nothing. But isn't it possible that they both knew that fact?
You think they knew?
Yeah, I don't think only the victim knew. I think the girl realizes as well. They both knew who the other person was, and they had to pretend that they didn't.
Because he was on the lam?
You got it. The victim couldn't exactly go around flaunting who he was. Furthermore,
it was no coincidence that the reunited pair became involved in the House of Amano. As one is a butler and one is a friend of the son, you mean?
they probably thought that was their best shot.
Is that what you honestly believe?
Of course.
The two of them made good use of their means to plan this little kidnapping. You mean how they plotted to commit this crime as blood relatives?
Can you think of a better partner? They're certainly a clever pair.
The butler and the girlfriend? No one would ever suspect that they were in fact family.
Yes, from the very beginning they painstakingly practiced those roles very well.
When you say my scenario is perfectly probable as well, I believe you're being a bit too overconfident for someone with no evidence.
Am I? Because I don't see you presenting any evidence to the contrary.
Without evidence to counter him, we're stuck at a draw. Agent Lang isn't wrong. His scenario is certainly a probable one.
You better hurry up and do something or Lauren's gonna wind up looking really bad.
I know, but first things first, is Agent Lang's line of logic factually correct? Did the two of them really knowingly commit the crime as father and daughter? Is it possible that they knew that fact? Is it possible that they both knew that fact? Nope. Statement just now is actually correct.
The thing is, you're stupid, buddy. Get out of my park.
isn't it possible that they both knew that fact? Hmm. Uh, and two of them made good use of their means. Wait. Hmm. Wasn't there a third? This kidnapping wasn't planned by just two people alone. I was about to say, wait a minute, you're forgetting something, buddy. There's a third person involved.
And what kind of proof do you have of that?
Quite simply, there were 3 kidnappers.
3!
Yeah, I was about to say, now I see what the problem is. It would be a different story if it was just the 2 of them, but there's 3, so who's the third? 4 costumes were stolen from the Wild West area's back room. We found one of them in the kidnapper's hideout. But as for the other 3, we can assume they were being worn by different people. We also found a set of 3 cups and 3 folding chairs that were used in the hideout. It all clearly points to a 3-man group. And I believe that this third person is the real mastermind behind the kidnapping.
Who? Who's the mastermind?
I present to you the brains behind the kidnapping. Wait, who? It could have been Lauren. And it couldn't have been... Couldn't... Wait. There's no way. The only third person that kind of fits into this that we've seen... Was it you?
Take that!
It is! It's Lance!
Lance Amano!
Yes, this abduction was in fact schemed up by Lance himself. Recall what he said when he appeared before us.
Did you see the faces of your kidnappers?
No, I didn't see their faces, but 2. One was a woman.
However, there are 3 kidnappers, which is in direct contradiction with what he said. Yep. So it is him! Was he just planning to rob his father?
But I only saw 2 people.
This guy was being held hostage. It's possible you couldn't see all 3 of them.
Ah, yes. But about when you were being held, I have my doubts about what happened then. Lance, would you mind telling us what happened while you were being held captive?
I really don't remember much anymore, honest. But if I don't tell you at least something, you won't believe me at all, will you?
Alright, Lance. Lance's testimony. Hey.
Alright. I was kidnapped yesterday morning. They had me shut in that room blindfolded the entire time. But the kidnappers suddenly disappeared around the time I heard the rain falling outside. My hands were cuffed, but it was a stroke of luck that they left me alone. I made my escape and ran away from that room as fast as I could.
Through the underground passageway, I presume.
Are you okay?
Sorry, I really didn't want to recall that horrible ordeal, but now you believe me, right?
No, not quite yet.
How can you not? Why you look at me with your icy daggers in your eyes?
Because he's a prosecutor, and because they're all like that.
I'll have you know, Agent Lang, a prosecutor's eyes are for are discerning the truth. And should they be interpreted as to be cruel at times, then so be it. There's a sticking point in Lance's testimony. Let's see what he offers up when I push a little. Yeah. Alright, Lance. You're suddenly looking very strange here. Did you just try and extort your own father?
Hold it!
Can you tell us about when you were abducted in a little more detail?
It was a strange morning. I felt like I was right in the middle of a great calm.
And where were you when you experienced this calm?
Our family garden, of course. Where else could it have been?
Are you trying to break those cuffs, man? Well, excuse me for asking. This child is more princess than prince.
I was out taking a walk to shake off the morning blah. Then, out of the blue, someone from behind clamps a hand over my mouth.
You didn't see your attacker?
They must have used some drugs to knock me out. Because before I knew it, I was off in La La Land again. When I woke up, I was in the kidnapper's hide already, all tied up.
You had me shut in that room blindfolded the entire time.
Hold it!
By that room, you mean the room in the kidnapper's hideout, correct?
Yes, but I was blindfolded the whole time, so I didn't know that until I made my escape.
And you were in the same room as your kidnappers.
They spoke in hushed tones, but I could catch bits of their conversation. It was definitely two people, and one of them was definitely a woman. I was so scared. I could tell they were nearby, so I didn't dare make a move.
The kidnappers suddenly disappeared around the time I heard rain falling.
Hold it!
The kidnappers disappeared?
The room fell into sudden silence. I've been left behind like an unwanted mutt.
And what do you mean by unwanted mutt?
What a pointless question. It's not like he's going to tell you anything new, you know?
It's a poetic simile. You should learn how to use them too. You may look refined on the outside, but it's no good if you're not refined on the inside as well. I don't know where that wind came from.
My hands are cuffed. Then those cuffs on your wrists. I suppose you are still cuffed in that case.
I am well aware of how I am chained to the reality. I couldn't find the key, so I'm afraid I'm stuck like this. Even though I escaped from that jail cell, I'll forever be a prisoner.
I made my escape and ran away from that room as fast as I could. How did you manage to escape?
I wanted to just get out of there, but the door leading outside was locked. Which is why I had to use the underground passageway to make my escape.
I remember our escape to be equally as hard. This is an invaluable piece of testimony. I mustn't let it go unexamined. The door leading outside was locked tight, so I had to use the underground passage. Yeah, I see the problem here.
Objection!
Yeah, that door was not locked. You say the door was locked, leading out was locked, but was it really? What the? Huh? Those cuffs just flew off!
We're talking about that room behind the saloon front, right? Look, I heard that it took quite a few minutes to get that thing open. Right, Sheena?
Yes, that's correct.
Then take a look at this.
What is that? A sword? It's not especially reliable one if it's broken like that.
Allow me to start from the end. My conclusion is that the door was never locked. It was simply held shut by this sword, which was used to jam the handle. Lance, even though your hands were cuffed together, you could still use them. If that's the case, then why did you not simply just remove the sword and escape?
Why? Then I was disoriented. Yes, that's it. I didn't notice.
As if I should accept such bold-faced lie. You locked yourself in that room because you had to make yourself look like the victim. But you did not, in fact, possess the key to the door. That is why you used the prop sword to improvise and create a prison of your very own.
You've been making this guy ought to be one of the kidnappers for some time now. I wonder if you've forgotten something very important along the way.
And what would that be?
A motive. What else? Do you honestly think that an upright, pure boy like him would hatch up a completely pointless scheme such as kidnapping himself?
Seems you have forgotten something. This proves that Lance did indeed have a motive to commit this crime. Oh! Tenderlander! He was in debt, wasn't he?
Take that!
To put it simply, Lance has a very urgent need for money. This is hardly your typical love letter. It is in fact a collection inspo. It appears our upstanding boy has accumulated quite a debt. Isn't that right, Lance?
Well, it's like it's hard being the son of a rich man, too. It must be rough when you have to resort to stealing from your own old man, huh?
All right, give up. I abducted myself.
Lance!
It's over, Lolly. In this life, we really are bound to our fates after all. All I wanted was to go with you to a new town, somewhere where no one would know us. I wanted us to be well off with that 1 million, but now that dream is over.
Oh, Lance!
Then, are you all giving yourself up?
Yes, I had planned to run away from this world with my Lolly. Oliver even helped us with the plan, but then he had to go and stab us in the back.
He turned on you.
Maybe he didn't want to split the ransom money. That's my guess. It happened almost right after you made the drop-off. When we were alone, he attacked me all of a sudden. After a brief struggle, I was able to contain him and keep him under control. We left him inside that room as Lolly and I made our escape. We wore different costumes and we split up. Lolly left first in the Blue Badger costume.
That would mean the person Officer Meekin saw was Miss Pops.
But right then, the old man just had to wake up. I was careless, and he tackled me pretty hard from behind. Then Oliver put on a Bad Badger costume. Took the suitcase with the $1 million and ran. I contacted Lolly right away, warned her that he had a gun. They had no idea they were related, so I thought that it could only end badly.
I still won't believe it. That person was not my father. Because if he was, I just killed my own father.
Lolly, then it was really you?
Chain of events.
That man was not my father. I mean, because at the stadium, there was a bad badger pulling a suitcase with the $1 million in it. That badger pointed his gun at me, aiming to shoot me dead. That's why I used the gun I got from Lance. There was a gunshot. The other person crumpled to the ground, and I ran, scared for my life.
I think the big picture's finally come into focus, don't you?
Lolly, forgive me. I didn't think it would turn to something so frightening. If only I could have protected you.
So, Miss Pops, she shot her own dad without even really knowing who he was?
If what she says is true.
Are you saying she's lying? But why would she lie about something like that? What purpose would it serve?
You would be surprised how often people lie without even realizing themselves, Kay.
Huh? What's that supposed to mean?
What I mean is, listen very carefully to her confession once more and you'll see. Chain of events. We're getting close. The man was not my father, I mean because at the stadium.
Hold it!
Please calm down and let's slowly talk through this. All you have to do is simply tell us what happened at the stadium. Leave it to us to search out the truth. Can you do that for me?
Alright. So, at the stadium,
There was a bad badger pulling the suitcase with the $1 million in it.
Hold it!
That was the ransom money, wasn't it?
yes, that's how I was able to identify Mr. Deacon almost immediately. It was all thanks to what Lance told me.
And what did he tell you?
Well, he called me on my cell phone and told me that Mr. Deacon had betrayed us and had run off with the ransom money. And about how he had a gun.
Wait a minute. It was ripped from the Bad Badger costume. It's capable of firing blanks. But the Badger pointing his gun at me, aiming to shoot me dead. Were you able to clearly see the gun?
Yes, I got a very good look at it while it was pointing at me. Oh, Father, why would you ever try to shoot me? Do you really think a father would shoot his own daughter, Mr. Edgeworth?
I don't know.
I don't want to believe it myself. It's true. My father's left arm was raised with a gun in it.
Aha!
Pointed straight at me. I'm about to die, I thought.
Miss Pops? Please calm down and take a deep breath. And then, would you allow me to please hear that last statement one more time?
Yes, of course.
But that Badger pointed the gun in his left hand at me, aiming to shoot me dead. And yet, Colin DeVore was right-handed. I have here a dossier on your father. And according to this, your father was right-handed.
Then,
The person pointing a gun at you from that top of the stage was not Mr. Deacon.
Hold on there, Mr. Prosecutor. I think you need to take a refresher course. The Bad Badger has a gun attached to his right hand, which is why the only hand he could have held the real gun with was his left. Isn't it possible that it went down like that?
Agent Lang, were you paying attention to what Miss Pops was saying? Then again, I suppose I can't expect someone who has never set foot in a court to catch it.
Enough with the smugness. Out with it already.
Miss Pops told us earlier.
there's a Bad Badger pulling the suitcase with the $1 million in it.
According to you, the Bad Badger had a gun in his left hand, which would mean that he was pulling the suitcase with his right hand. Is that correct, Miss Pops?
Yes, exactly. I'm sure it was the Bad Badger. It had those huge sunglasses on its face.
But if that's the case, then even I can see there's a huge contradiction.
Yes, Miss Pops claims to have seen the Bad Badger, and yet the Bad Badger had both of his hands full. These two pieces of information contradict each other, so one must be wrong. It wasn't the Bad Badger. If both hands were... So both are correct, though, right? Yeah, both correct. Yeah, they have to be. There's no other way to explain that.
Impossible. This just leaves us with an irresolvable contradiction.
Miss Pops' entire statement rests on the fact that she saw his sunglasses and beard. But what if that Bad Badger wasn't wearing pants on his lower half? This proves that there was a way for the Bad Badger to freely use both his hands. Yeah, they separate. The costumes have two parts to them, the head and the body.
Oh, I get it now.
The head Miss Pops saw was probably really the head of the Bad Badger. However, it is not possible that the body was that of an entirely different badger?
A different badger?
Yes, or to put it more bluntly, I believe it was the lower half of this badger. It's probably the proto-badger, right?
What the heck is it?
It's a Proto Badger.
Yes, and it's a simple matter of process of elimination. Miss Pops was wearing the blue badger costume, so we can eliminate that one. And the pink badger is one of the wrong color, which would have been incredibly obvious. All that's left is a proto badger costume. Miss Pops, who was the one who wore the proto badger costume? Here was it.
Would be Lance.
Are you saying that what I think you are? The Lance Mo donned the Bad Badger's head? Pretend to be Mr. Deacon? On top of which he plotted to shoot Miss Pops while wearing that hideous thing?
The stage that was set up in the stadium was nothing more than that, a setup. And its purpose was to lead Miss Pops into believing she had committed murder. Standing there in front of Miss Pops and pretending to be the victim. It was all done so that she would pull the trigger.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Why exactly would I have to do all that, huh?
There's but one reason. Lance Amano, you are the real culprit behind the murder of Mr. Oliver Deacon.
No! That's slander! Take it back! You take it back right now!
Just out of curiosity, Lance, which is your dominant hand?
I'm left-handed. But what does that have to do with anything?
It depends. According to Miss Pops, her attacker had a gun in his left hand.
Who is what-handed doesn't prove a thing. Besides, now you're just being absurd. It's not like the pro batter's bulletproof. One misfire and he would have been and found himself dead, right?
But what if he didn't have to worry? Of course, logically, if he had been shot, he probably wouldn't be here with us. But I believe he had thought of that as well, and had prepared accordingly. What if he was never worried about being shot to begin with? And this should be all the evidence you need. This is how Lance made sure he wouldn't be hit by the bullet. It's the missing model gun, right?
Take that!
If he knew a model gun was used, then he wouldn't have to worry. We found one half of the Bad Badger costume in the hideout, a broken one. It was not the same one that the victim was wearing, plus it was missing something. And that something is the model gun that the Bad Badger carries, which can fire blanks.
What?
Miss Pops, what is the gun you use now?
I threw it away in the sea.
That makes it a bit tough to verify what it was. Although, I believe that we can safely assume that it was the model gun in question.
I've heard enough. All you've been spouting so far is pure conjecture.
I admit that as long as the model gun is lost to us, I can't prove I'm right. However, I can say that the probability that I am right is very high.
Okay, let's pretend that you're right and that the murder was at the stadium was a fabrication. In that case, where do you think the murder really took place, Mr. Prosecutor?
I don't know yet.
I knew you were full of it.
However, I do believe that the murder took place during an earlier time frame.
Please, wait a second. It's simply not possible. Because I saw Mr. Deacon after he was restrained by Lance.
She saw the victim in the state of being restrained. What Miss Pops saw...
I came back to the hideout long after the other two. By that time, Lance had already subdued and restrained Mr. Deacon. He had tied Mr. Deacon securely to a beam in the room next door. After that, two of us put on our costumes and made our escape.
So Mr. Deacon must have escaped after the two of you left, right?
We thought it would attract too much attention if we left together, so I left first. We planned to meet up again at the stage in the stadium. But then, as I was walking through the park, I got a call from Lance on my cell phone.
Oliver managed to escape. It looked like he was waiting until I was alone. He also sold a gun for me at that time.
Then the murder happened. Mr. Deacon must have overheard their plan to meet up at the stage. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, Miss Pop saw the victim with her own eyes. Which means that the victim was still alive at that time, wouldn't you agree?
Why does that sound wrong to me? There must be something amiss about this account. Let's see what happens when I examine it in more detail. Yeah. Something doesn't feel right. Something's wrong. I need a drink of water. When exactly did you arrive back at the hideout?
It was after we had picked up the ransom money.
And where were you up until the time you returned?
I was scouting the park out and making preparation for our escape. I walked around the various areas looking for the best route.
Ah, so each of them had their own roles to play.
After I was done, I went back to the hideout.
By that time, Lance had already subdued and restrained Mr. Deacon. How did Lance look at that time?
He looked shocked. He also looked a little down when I saw that sadness in his eyes.
Then Thank you. That's enough for now. And what of Mr. Deacon? What was his situation like? He had tied Mr. Deacon securely to the beam in the room next door.
Hold it!
You're sure that it was Mr. Deacon you saw?
Yes, I'm certain of what I saw.
Did you go into the other room to check?
Lance said it was best if I didn't get too close to him. Lance, he's such a kind soul.
Then are you telling me that you did not confirm that it was Mr. Deacon for yourself?
I checked through the slit in the door that separates the 2 rooms. He had a bad badger's head on, so I'm absolutely sure. That just had to be Mr. Deacon.
She saw a bad badger head? Oh my goodness gracious. Wait.
Objection!
That wasn't Deacon! That was me! Miss Pops, the person you saw was not Mr. Deacon at all.
Huh?
The person you actually saw was this person. It was me! It was me.
Huh? The person I saw was you, Mr. Edgeworth.
I always thought it was a bit odd. Why would the kidnappers abduct me, even after I had handed over the ransom? Well... It's not as though I saw the face of the kidnappers. If I were them, I would have just taken $1 million and ran. But in the end, there was a point to it all. It was to make me look like Mr. Deacon. And if that was the reason for which I was abducted, then I believe we can assume that the victim was already dead at that time. Well, Lance, am I right?
That's...
You showed Miss Pops a person, namely me, with a bad badger's head on, and then made your costumes escape together. Or so you pretended.
what do you mean, pretended?
Exactly that. I believe Lance watched you escape, and doubled back to the hideout. Probably to come and remove the bad badger head from my unconscious self. And to create his fake prison with that prop sword, he then escaped via the passageway.
Hold your tongue, boy. Hey, don't get caught up in that tidal wave of words coming from Mr. Prosecutor's mouth.
Tidal wave?
We've heard a lot come out of you, but I've yet to see a shred of evidence. The victim's betrayal and his subsequent detainment.
All that could have happened while you were out cold. That's right. You were out for quite a while, Mr. Prosecutor.
Even if that were the case, Miss Pops would have still seen me tied to that beam.
I was scared of Mr. Deacon, so I didn't go into the next room. So I really have no idea if you were in there or not, Mr. Edgeworth.
You see? It would seem that you can't prove a thing.
Oh. Huh? Wait, who?
Who said that?
Huh? Please, wait. Huh? Miss Amano?
Miles, my boy, it looks like you're really giving it your all. And Lance, it's not good to cause trouble for others.
Dad!
Let's see, you're the one in charge of the investigation, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
I'm sorry that my son has been nothing but trouble. This probably won't make up for anything, but I have some evidence for you.
Oh? Do you now?
Huh? The bad badger. Is that what I think it is? The shot bad badger!
It's the bad badger costume the victim was wearing. And a gun.
I couldn't wait around for the police, so I went around and found these myself. It appears that they were disposed of in the sea.
Ernest!
Is there no one in this country who actually obeys the law?
No. Agent Lang, please calm down.
Huh? What the heck is that scrap of paper?
This appears to be a letter from the chief of police. Please allow Mr. Romano complete freedom and to do as he sees fit, it says.
What? The chief of police? What the? Who does he think he is?
The person who wields the highest authority in this area.
There now. There's no need to be so upset.
I'm not a cop in this land, so I'm not bound by the laws of your country.
Now. This wasn't meant to strong arm you into anything. It's just a request. I'm only asking that you please respect the laws of the land.
Can't really say no to that. However, returning to the topic at hand. It doesn't matter who found the evidence. Its value remains unchanged. Alright now, let's take a look at this new evidence.
I've already got the results back. I had a special forensics research lab that I'm on good terms with conduct the tests.
Betting on the Nana. Yeah, I have to take a guess, or I don't know, maybe I just unconsciously did it.
They verified that the blood on this costume belonged to Oliver. As for the gun, the only fingerprints they could find were yours, Lauren. What? You disappoint me, Miles. I can't believe that you would cause my son such stress and heartache. Thank goodness I was able to find the final pieces of evidence. With this, you'll have no reason left to push my poor boy around.
That's it. These are the case-making pieces of evidence. I'll be the judge of that. I won't rest until I've inspected every nook and cranny. There's 2 guns on this. Could this gun be the actual murder weapon? Revolver. There's also a bullet hole. This bullet hole...
looks kind of burnt around the edges.
Wait, those burn marks were left by gunpowder. This is the most important fact.
Why is that?
Because it is proof that the victim was shot at point-blank range. I see. There's something wrong with the neck, isn't it? What's this? Looks like there's something inside the costume head.
Hey, they sparkle. I bet they're really valuable.
Sorry, but they're just pieces of a mirror. Why are they in here? The haunted house!
Well, are these not the most definitive pieces of evidence you've ever seen?
Thank you, Dad. This should be enough to convince even Mr. Edgeworth over there.
I don't think so. You're not off the hook. Decisive evidence. Here we go. This has gotta be the end with this music.
Make no mistake, there are fingerprints on that murderous gun. And they prove that it was Lolly who killed Oliver. But Oliver was also after Lolly's life. So, Mr. Edgeworth, even you must see that Lolly was only acting in self-defense.
The fingerprints on the weapon, huh?
Oh no, this isn't helpful at all.
I want to see something. I want to take a look at this. I want to see... Oh? Is there anything... This button usually... They found Miss Pop's fingerprints on this gun.
Can you let me hold it for a sec?
I shouldn't if you don't know how to handle it. Besides, Miss Pop's prints are on it.
Look, I'm wearing gloves. It'll be okay. I just want to take a look at that's all. It's not like I'm going to run off with it. The only things I don't return are treasures.
Stealing either one would land you in jail, you know. Yep, that's the same dialogue.
This isn't helpful at all.
Look, Mr. Edgeworth, all I want to do is save Lolly. But in the end, all I can do is watch on as she takes the punishment for her crimes.
That may be all you can do. However, I still have a case to solve and a job to do. The job of unraveling your insidious lie.
You wound me. Why won't you believe me, even in the face of all this evidence?
Because I don't believe you. Your fingerprints on that murderous gun.
Hold it!
Those fingerprints. Are you sure they belong to Miss Pops?
There's no mistake about it. Though through my connections, I have the best forensic techniques money can buy performed.
I find that a bit peculiar.
You trying to begin arguments with me?
What shall I do? Raise an objection? I don't think so. Perhaps I should wait and see how this pans out first. I don't want to just press S the dad willy-nilly, because I feel like that'll just get me hit. And they proved that it was Lolly who killed Oliver. You're sure calm for someone who's accusing his own girlfriend of murder.
You have it all wrong. Allowing her to pay the price is a form of love. She says she also wants to pay back her debt to society, but
Oliver was also after Lolly's life. And why do you believe that the victim set out on taking Miss Pop's life?
I suppose it's because that he wanted to silence her. To keep her quiet because she knows the truth behind the kidnapping.
In that case, why did he not target you as well?
That's because he knew that if he killed me, he wouldn't be able to control my father.
Right you are. Even if it cost me millions, I would have had the killer found.
I believe he didn't kill you for an entirely different reason, however. I digress.
Look, more than why he didn't kill me, I'm worried about what'll happen to Wally.
So even you must see that Wally was only acting in self-defense. Justified self-defense. I suppose that is a possibility given the circumstances.
Really? Oh, thank goodness.
However, self-defense was not necessary in this case.
What do you mean?
Miss Popps is innocent. She didn't do anything, so why would she need to defend herself from nothing?
You still don't believe a word I say, do you?
His entire argument hinges on the fact that her fingerprints are on the gun. However, the truth does not lie there. It lies in whatever's hiding from me, but not for long. Alright, let's try pressing the dad then. I want to know more about them fingerprints. Mr. Romano, I want to know more about them prints. Frankly, I don't believe that, and Miss Pop's prints should be on that gun to begin with. And the reason why Miss Pop's print should not be on the gun is... Why shouldn't her prints be on the gun? Think. I mean... Oh, wait!
Take that!
It's because she wasn't... It's simply not possible for Miss Popps to have left any prints on this murder weapon. Because while she was at the stadium, Miss Popps was wearing a costume. Exactly, yeah.
There's been no mistake. We've had fingerprints.
Well, Miss Popps, do you remember touching the gun at all at any time?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I did hold it for a bit back in the hideout. I handed it off to Mr. Deacon when he and Lance left for the haunted house.
The trees are ransom money, I suppose. And there you have it. That is when Miss Popps' prints found their way onto the gun. Do you understand now, Mr. Romano? The fingerprints do nothing to prove that Miss Popps is the murderer.
But you still don't have anything to prove that she isn't the killer, right?
You seem very adamant about insisting that your girlfriend is a cold-blooded killer.
Oh, what? No way! I'm incredibly worried about her. But that doesn't change the fact that you don't have any evidence, right?
That's where you're wrong. I have the evidence.
How?
The story that Miss Popps killed the victim at the stage in the stadium. The whole affair is simply not true because that was simply not the real crime scene, but a setup. I know where the real crime scene is then. This proves that the real murder was not committed at the stadium at all. Is it the glass?
Take that!
Nope, I'm an idiot.
Mr. Prosecutor, you're stupid.
Shut up. 0. It's at least 6.8. Let's remain calm and think clearly. Murder did not happen at the stadium. The scenario where the victim was up on this must be something that invalidates it. What proves that? Is it the cost? It's gotta be the costume. Let's take another good look at the costume the victim was wearing. Then I believe you will see why I insist he is not shot at the stadium. This is the part of the costume that proves it. It would be the bullet hole, right?
Take that!
The burn around this bullet hole was made when the victim was shot at point-blank range.
Oh, so then you mean the murder Miss Olbach saw at the stadium really was?
Yes, she saw 2 people, but they were separated by distance. I couldn't have been that then. If the victim was indeed shot from below the stage, then this shouldn't be a gunpowder burn.
Look at you, Mr. Smarty Pants Prosecutor. Since you seem to know all the answers, why not tell us the real crime scene then?
Here we go. That set me up to look like Mr. Deacon back at the hideout. If that's the case, then the murder must have happened prior to that. And the location where Lance and the victim were just before I was in prison was... I got it! I know the real scene of the murder! The real location in which Mr. Deacon was killed is here! The haunted house.
Take that!
I think it's not unreasonable to assume that the murder took place in the haunted house.
The haunted house.
Yes, and I have proof that it is highly likely that the victim was killed there. Proof proves that the real scene of the crime was the haunted house. The mirror shards.
Take that!
These were inside the costume the victim was wearing. They are fragments of a mirror.
Mirror? What does that have to do with anything?
Indeed, you don't exactly expect to find pieces of a mirror inside your costume.
Yeah, that's actually pretty dangerous.
However, there's one place I can think of where there is a plethora of mirror fragments. And that is the haunted house. Lance Amano, I propose that you kill Mr. Deacon with the revolver in the haunted house. After that, you stole the Blue Badger-mobile to move his body to the Wild Wild West area. Timing of when the Blue Badger-mobile was stolen confirms this as fact. My boy, say no more. I'm sorry, Mr. Amano, but I cannot do that.
Be quiet.
Yes, please, do something! Stop that boy from speaking any more nonsense!
Ernest Amano, correct? I meant you. Be quiet, Gramps.
How dare you!
I don't need words. The only thing I require is evidence. Decisive evidence. And to call these mere bits decisive is a bit too presumptuous, Mr. Prosecutor.
What?
Gina, was there a mirror in the kidnapper? Wasn't there a mirror in the kidnapper's hideout?
Yes, there was a mirror there. A mirror that's for the haunted house.
You see? Isn't it possible the mirror fragments got into the costume there?
Agent Lane, there were no fragments on the floor, so the probability is very low.
Probability. Lang Z says, one untruth is past, the word probability does not exist. The only thing that does is definitive proof. The question, Mr. Prosecutor, is do you have the definitive proof you need?
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you?
Do I have solid evidence that proves the murder took place at the haunted house? The answer is no.
See? So since you don't have any, shut up.
I don't have the evidence yet, but I'm certain that the murder occurred around the time I turned the ransom over. At that time, the only people at the haunted house besides myself were Lance and Mr. Deacon. So I can prove that the murder took place at the haunted house.
and I can prove Lance's guilt in connection to the murder.
Well, now, Mr. Edgeworth.
Agent Lang, I have a special request.
Yeah?
I'd like to prove to you that the scene of the crime was indeed the haunted house.
Why in the world are you asking the werewolf for permission?
Because I don't really have a choice if I want to find the truth.
Alright. Permission granted. You're not to touch a single thing, got it?
That won't be a problem. All that's important to me is that the truth be brought to light. It doesn't matter by who or how it's done, as long as it is.
Tina!
I'm here.
Fill in the paperwork for the authorization immediately.
Understood. I'll go get the Gatewar Group's approval.
What?
Who's that?
Oh, no. Let's hold on for a second. There's no need to obtain approval.
Mr. Manu?
Agent Lang, if you would please take a look at this.
What is this? Sheena!
It's the deed to the haunted house.
The deed? What?
Read it out. Read it. Out loud.
Gatewar Land Inc. Incorporated hereby bequeaths the property known as the haunted house. Mr. Mana for the lump sum of 1 million paid in full in cash.
What?
As you can see, I am now the legal owner of the haunted house.
Are you kidding? When did you...
I ran into the owner of the park earlier, and we made the deal almost immediately. How quickly things move when you can prepare $1 million in the blink of an eye.
About 1 million you paid. Don't tell me it was...
Oh, that's right. This disgusting suitcase belongs to you, doesn't it? I don't have any more use for it, so you may have it back now.
You used the ransom money.
My Lance is a good boy. Even apologized for the kidnapping a bit earlier. So I do believe that I will forgive him. After all, he did return the ransom money. That's the way things are, so if you would please discuss things with me from now on.
Discuss. What's there to discuss?
My permission to enter the haunted house, of course.
Damn it. While we were busy listening to Lance's story, Mr. Manu was out there preempting us.
Permission to search the haunted house is denied. End of discussion. Agent Lang, I want you to arrest that girl. And Miles, you should hurry on home now, my boy, before I really lose my temper.
Oh, Mr. Mono definitely has the deck stacked in his favor here. What should I do? If I leave it like this, the truth will be lost forever.
Think, Edgeworth.
Think, Edgeworth! This case is going on a lot longer than I anticipated. March 13th, 4:27 p.m., Gatewar Land main gate.
I can't get permission to investigate the crime scene, then the truth will be lost.
Oh. Hold it! Hold it! Hold it!
Hey,
Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing spacing out? Have you forgotten? There's only one thing you should do at a time like this.
and what is that?
When the people are in a bind, the hero of justice appears to save the day. Boy, you just leave it to me. For I am Kay Faraday, the second of the great Yatagarasu.
But I thought you were a thief, not a hero.
Yatagarasu is a noble and is noble and is always a thief of justice.
That's... Of course. Yeah! We don't have to get permission from you.
We have enough information to... If we have enough information, I can recreate the inside of the haunted house with this. Plus, if we then factor in everyone's testimony...
You can recreate exactly what happened when I dropped off the ransom money. You may be able to figure out some new information through this. It's worth a try. Okay? Miss Agent Lang?
Ah, so you want to use your little toy? Be my guest.
Okay, hang on. You're all about to witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood.
Inspector Gumshoe? Is there a copy of the haunted house's blueprint among the police's reference documents?
Yes, sir. We just got it. We got it just in case we need it for the kidnapping case.
Alright, I'll input the on-house data then.
Here we go!
What is this? Where are we?
It's like we're inside the haunted house.
Even if we can't inspect the relocation itself. After the truth slumbers here, if I can successfully navigate my way using logic, I'll ultimately arrive at the truth. Now then, I believe I'm ready to investigate the crime scene.
Okay, what should I recreate first?
You haven't figured it out yet.
Maybe I have and maybe I haven't, but I'm gonna make you do all the hard work.
Very well. I'd like to inspect the moment in which I was ambushed by my abductor. The two of them were definitely in this place at that time. If I can verify that, it may provide me with a new lead. I had just come out onto the hallway after leaving the money inside the dining room. At that time, I saw a badger slumped over on the floor at the end of the hallway.
What was the badger doing all the way down there?
I also thought it was strange. However, I thought that maybe it was simply a mannequin that was set there for atmosphere.
You know which badger it was?
No, it was too dark to tell. All I saw was its silhouette.
In that case, I guess I'll just program a badger silhouette for now. Okay, programming complete.
Yep. Again, I started walking towards the exit.
And that's when you were struck from behind, right?
Yes.
That's odd. Always a dead end. Where did your assailant come from?
There's only one location I can think of. I believe my assailant was lying in wait here. It was the badger.
Take that!
That doll I saw wasn't really a doll. It was, in fact, a costumed kidnapper.
Oh, so you used the costume as the perfect camouflage to blend in with the rest of the house.
Precisely. He waited until I had made the drop-off and was about to leave. Then, just as he saw me take a step towards the exit, he stood and launched his attack. I can think of no better hiding place than this.
Not bad. I'm beginning to think I should steal a tactic for myself.
Just don't use it to do anything criminal, okay? Yep. The badger got up. And... bonk. Well, Lance.
What are you asking me for?
As one of the kidnappers, I figured I should give you the chance to confess first.
I was one of the kidnappers, but I don't know anything. I did come up to the haunted house, but I never set foot inside. I left Oliver in charge of picking up the ransom money.
You didn't step foot inside. Is he telling the truth, or was this another lie? Alright, then you're claiming that it was Mr. Deacon who assaulted me.
Yes, I'm sure it was him.
Okay, inputting new info now. Mr. Deacon was the bad badger, right? Since the bad badger has a gun attached to his right hand, I'll have to change it so the weapon is in his left hand.
Now, to verify the facts of this recreation... begin! Notice anything? Okay, how's, Little Thief? Does it run on battery?
Fully fine in recreating the crime scene. All that's left is more info. But you know, I can't believe I'm recreating a haunted house. And now we're talking about the fate of $1 million. Pretty exciting stuff.
I can't say I understand what is so exciting about the recreating a crime scene. In any case, I believe that it is very probable that the murder occurred at this place. And if I can prove that, then we will finally arrive at the truth.
Yeah, so what are you waiting for? Let's get investigating.
Yes, 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 child. You didn't recreate the weapon.
Well, I can't exactly recreate something I know nothing about. So tell me, what were you hit with?
The attack came from behind, so I have no idea. But I doubt it was someone's bare hands.
Okay, then where were you hit?
It was hit on the right side of my head, just above my temple. There was a bit of blood, but it wasn't anything serious.
Ouch, sounds painful.
Why are you smirking like that when you say it?
It's just your imagination. Now, let's see.
Do you enjoy my pain?
I wonder if there's anything in the hallway that could have been used as a weapon. I'm looking for something the culprit could have used to hit you with.
It would have had to have been a sword.
Take that!
I have it. There was indeed one such object lying here in the hallway. prop sword.
Are you talking about this thing here?
Yes, although we did find it at the kidnapper's hideout. Wait. Yes, it's possible that the culprit took it with him after using it on me.
Leave no evidence behind, right?
Correct. It may be worth a more thorough examination yet.
Okay, so what test do you want to run on this sword?
It would be pointless to dust for prints, because they're wearing costumes, so test with luminol. The culprit was wearing a costume at the time, so a fingerprint analysis is useless. Let's run a luminol test. It's possible that some of my blood has found its way onto the sword. Agent Lang, may I ask for your cooperation in this matter?
We have a choice. Sheena, call the lab boys.
Understood.
Except for a dab on the left side, it would appear that the blade is spotless.
It must have been the left side of the prop sword that hit you then, right?
The left side of the prop sword?
Okay, I'll update the recreation with this new piece of info.
I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Before I do that,
Miles, my boy, what is the meaning of all this? Do you plan to pay me back for all I've done for you with the conviction of my son?
I have not forgotten my debt to you. However, your son's crimes are a separate matter. Further, I can't ignore the truth when it's right before me.
You will regret this, I promise you that.
No matter what the outcome, I never regret the choices I make. Miss Wops, on my hand, I will prove your innocence in the murder of Mr. Deacon. Therefore, please don't fret. It will soon be over. Do you not trust me?
Your face is all beet red, Miss Pops. No, I can't. I have Lance.
Wally, don't tell me that you like that guy more than me.
That's... Oh, what's so pathetic? I'm so easily swayed by even a single glance.
What exactly is she going on about?
I think you have another guilty person on your hands, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes.
Sir, what do I do here? I can't believe what I'm seeing, sir. This space that I'm standing in, it's like some crazy dream.
Except that this isn't a dream. It's something K. This is something K's gadgets.
No, wait, this is exactly like a dream, sir. I've never been so impressed. It's a miracle.
Someone shows easily impressed.
I'm so glad you like it.
Oh, so this is a product of your gadget. Now I wish I had one too.
Oh, once it's over, I'll let you play with it for a bit, if you want.
You do that for me, pal? Thanks. All right, let's wrap up this case already then.
It sounds like these that I wonder if they understand the seriousness of the situation. 2 peas in a pod, are they? Look, it's me! It's a replica of myself.
You were totally oblivious to what was behind you, huh?
Yes, I suppose I'm also to blame for what happened to me. It was incredibly dark, which was all the more reason I should have been more alert. I ought to never be caught by surprise again. Alright, let's actually get to inspecting the badge. So, something's evidently very, very wrong here, right? But for some reason, I'm having trouble remembering.
In the next instant, this badger will swing his left arm complete with the weapon in hand.
Oh! Da! Yes, to club me with the left side of the prop sword.
So I recreate the moment of impact? I want to see the pain expression on your face.
It's just fine the way it is. Wait, maybe not. Maybe it's just my imagination. There's something not quite right. Yeah, I realize it now. He's using his left hand. But if this is truly Mr. Deacon, then he should be using his right. According to this document, the victim was right-handed.
Ah, I guess I should change which hand is holding the weapon then.
Nope. Hold on, you two. You didn't think I was going to ignore something like that, did you?
What are you talking about? Look, no interrupting when I'm about to have a little fun.
Even if you change your recreation, you'd only be wasting your time. It's not possible for that thing to hold something in its right hand, you know.
Yep, he's right.
But Mr. Edgeworth's logic is...
What's that thing called? The Bad Badger? Let's take another good look at his right hand.
Oh, I forgot the weapon isn't in his right hand because there's already a gun in it.
Precisely. Thanks, Lang.
You knew that already?
Yeah, I did. Duh. Yes, and I also know that the badger was holding the weapon in his right hand.
Huh? Are you aware what's coming out of your mouth? You just contradict yourself.
I have evidence, of course. Proof that the culprit held the sword in his right hand.
Sounds interesting. Alright then, show me this evidence.
This piece proves that the culprit had the weapon in his right hand when he struck. It's probably the sword. Because now we have evidence that the blood's on the opposite side, right?
Take that!
The answer is that the weapon itself. Except for a bit on the left side, this prop sword is absolutely spotless. However, if the culprit had used his left hand, the blood would be on the opposite side.
But the replica Bad Badger isn't holding the sword in his right hand. I don't know what's going on anymore.
Giving up already? It's simple. If he can't hold the sword in his left or his right hand, then the one who struck me could not have been the Bad Badger. Are you paying attention, Lance? Mr. Deacon could not have been the one who struck me, which leaves only you as our primary suspect.
Fine! It was me! I hit you!
It appears that you lied to me yet again. Let's see how quickly they catch up to you, Lance.
Wait, isn't Lance left-handed?
Ah, yes, but that's what makes this deception all the more interesting. He used his right hand to make it look like Mr. Deacon had been the one to strike me. Well, you see, firing a gun with one's non-dominant hand is difficult. But that level of dexterity isn't required to swing a prop sword. Okay, please input this new data. The one who hit me from behind was Lance. Or should I say, the Proto-Badger?
You got it! Here I go!
There we go. Now we have a faithful recreation of the situation around the attack on me.
Alright, all we have to do is examine the new recreation and...
What exactly is so funny, Agent Lang?
That amusing little gadget sure packs a punch, right, Sheena?
Yes, that's all I could do to hold my laughter and... Hey, don't make fun of Little Thief, you mean a werewolf. He and Mr. Edgeworth bring out the best in each other.
You've had your little fun, but now it's my turn. Let's that quality by listening. The crude conclusions you two keep spewing don't whet this wolf's appetite. There's no guarantee that your toy will always show the real situation at any given time. All it displays is whatever information you put in there, right?
Well, when you put it that way...
Your suppositions are wrong. It's not your fault, so I'm gonna let you in on this. There's a trick to this haunted house.
And what might that be exactly?
A trick beyond what your tiny imagination can produce. Sheena?
Here you are.
Now then, when you missed girlie, is written here right in the pamphlet.
The Seven Wonders of the Haunted House, the Disappearing Badger.
What is this?
I'd say there's someone around here that's fond of theatrics. And as you can see, they set a doll down at the end of this hallway for that purpose. Basically, the blue badger you saw was just a stupid doll.
What can this be?
Guess that throws your whole theory about it being your attacker right out the window.
Ugh. But that can't be right. Maybe the culprit hid the doll somewhere. And then he went down and pretended to be it instead.
If the criminal couldn't even hide himself in the hallway, how could he hide a giant doll? Do you get it now? Thanks to your presumptions. Your logic started off weak and led you to a completely wrong conclusion.
Ugh.
Now get off your high horse.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Okay, I wonder if you could please input this new information for me.
You don't know when to quit, do you?
I can't quit, not until I declare that I've found the truth. Agent Lang, for the additional information, you have my thanks.
Here we go again. We'll see if I care.
Okay, I'm updating the recreation now.
This might help. Funny enough, it might be Lang that actually gives us the truth, despite being against us so often.
That looks really weird. Look how it changes from the blue badger into the pro badger all of a sudden.
If the slumped-over badger was just a doll, where was my attacker hiding?
Well, that's what we're going to find out, right? But come on, Mr. Edgeworth, let's go.
Yes, this regulation can't be right, which means there's a contradiction somewhere. The problem is what's contradicting? Is it you?
This is where the pro badger shows up in our recreation.
Yes. Now the question is, where did he come from?
Yeah, but there's no place to hide in our current model.
There must be an inconsistency somewhere. I won't rest. This blue badger is just a doll for use in this haunted house.
I bet the one who killed the blue badger was this bad badger, right?
According to the Blue Badger Bible, it says that they are each other's worst enemy.
All becomes one's an ally of justice and the other is a vile criminal with a gun.
Perhaps they were just destined to battle each other. Much like the Steel Samurai and the Evil Magistrate. Wait. 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 Nope. Or maybe it's not. I get excited. I'm trying to think here. It's... Oh, wait! That's what it is. I think I get it. I was close, but I think I presented the wrong thing. It's because... Not this. It's this. There's only one of each in the park, so why is there one here? Hold on a second here. There's something wrong with this blue badger. Yeah, there should only be one in the park. It doesn't matter that there's a... If there's an event going on, then they probably would remove it.
Like what?
The way the belt's on him is opposite of how it should be. Did you make a mistake? Oh, wait, what? Oh my goodness, you're right. I didn't even notice that. What? Whoops. Well, that still worked out in the way. And then, yip.
That can't be. I'm putting the image data exactly as it is in the pamphlet.
So then why is the blue badger dressed up in reverse? Whoops. I don't know how I got that right, but that works. I'll take it. So the blue badger was in reverse for some reason. Look at the mirror.
When you take a look around, it almost feels like it feels more like a house of mirrors.
Indeed. Who ever heard of this many mirrors inside a haunted house before?
Well, at least we know this is a real crime scene thanks to these mirror shards. Hey, wait. These shards, there's something different about them.
Oh?
The ones we found earlier are thicker than the shards we found in the mirrors in this fall. And look, there's some sort of design on the back, too.
The pieces from that costume are certainly different from the other mirrors. What does this mean? Could it be that our pieces are not pieces of these mirrors? Strange. Alright. Pieces of a set of armor in a pile here.
Why do you think they almost always have sets of armors inside haunted houses?
I suppose this sort of interior design is meant to bring out a sense of abnormality.
Why do all your explanations have to be so hard to understand, Mr. Edgeworth? And I'll try explaining it again, but this time so that even a thief like me can get it.
Armor scary. That may prove to be a most difficult task. Armor scary. There, you happy?
It's the proto-badger who struck me. I suppose I should really say that it was Lance.
Oh, are you going to get him that back?
I need not resort to violence when in the lawsuit I plan to bring to court will suffice.
Really? Because I would totally have decked him right back. Someone steals from me, I steal something from them. If I get hit, I get hit back. If I get paid, I return the money. That's the secret to how a great thief works.
The third statement doesn't seem to be much of a benefit to survival.
I mean, take a look around, it almost feels like more—
Oh, sorry.
Wait. Is the reason it's in reverse is because of mirror? It is!
Okay, do you remember what you said earlier?
what I said earlier about what?
About how this building might as well have been a house of mirrors.
House of Mirrors? Oh, that would explain the reverse or mirror image.
Yes, this blue badger might be nothing more than a reflected image of the real one.
Then, was the blue badger you saw just a reflection?
In that case, there's a mirror there, right? When I looked down this hallway, I thought it was perfectly straight. However, if there was a mirror...
Oh, then it would actually be an L shape, right?
Precisely. I was deceived. The hallway was almost pitch black. And there was a beam in the way that obstructed my view of the other hallway.
Wait, but why did they build the place like that? Sounds pretty pointless to me.
Okay, this house is just another attraction at an amusement park. They created a mirror wall for a very specific purpose, one that I can point out to you. This was the reason they built a mirror wall. Yeah, it's because of that. It's to create the illusion of disappearing. As it's written in the pamphlet, the main draw of this attraction is the mystery of the disappearing badger.
You mean they built the mirror for that trick alone? But you said that they saw the badger, so it was definitely still there.
That was true at the time. However, doing this allows someone to make the blue badger disappear in a flash. If you move the blue badger, then the badger disappears, right? All they would have to do is move the blue badger.
But do you think someone could have really have done that?
Well, it's a rather expensive prop, so perhaps it isn't possible.
Doesn't that kind of ruin the whole point to having a mirror in the first place?
I suppose it does.
Mr. Edgeworth, come on, you can do better than this.
Alright, one more. If you move the mirror wall, to remove a reflected image, simply remove the mirror. First, the mirror was constructed so that it could be moved. Then, beyond where the mirror was, an empty hallway had to be created.
Oh, so when they wanted people to see the blue badger, they would open the mirror.
And when they wanted to hide it, they simply had to close it again. This explains why the other side of these fragments have a design on them.
Ah, and if the pattern is the same as the other walls in this hallway.
And when the mirror is closed, it would blend in with the rest of the walls. This is the mirror trick that this haunted house employs. And this also proves the existence of a hiding place for the culprit.
Huh? How so?
Think about it, kid. There's a place that was outside my field of vision. The culprit kept out of sight by hiding here. Right here, right? There was a very large blind spot, one that I could not see beyond, and it was here. If my assailant hid on the other side of the immovable mirror,
And you wouldn't be able to see him. He didn't even need to do anything to the blue badger doll.
exactly. All he had to do was wait for me on the other side of the mirror.
Wait, hold on. I just saw something.
Yes?
Well, shouldn't the mirror wall be broken right now, in reality?
Since we have a few shards of it, I can probably assume it is. Yes, it most definitely is broken. The question is, when was it broken? Since we found these is inside the victim's costume, that would mean that the victim was there when the mirror was broken. Wait, a sound?
Leave the money and go.
No.
Oh! That sound I heard was most definitely the sound of a mirror breaking. Okay, I'd like you to input some new information.
Don't scare me like that.
Sorry, but I need you to recreate something for me.
Sure, whatever you need. So, what do you need anyway?
If you could first recreate this hallway just before I entered the dining room.
You got it.
You gotta be getting close. Here we go. Now this, I believe this is how it was right before I entered the dining room. Although at the time, I thought it was but a single straight hallway. And then, I went inside. It was around then that I heard the sound of a mirror shattering.
You heard what? Then,
Yes, I believe it was then that the mirror was broken.
okay, then when you stepped outside into the hallway again.
The mirror wall should no longer exist. Okay, please recreate that.
Got it. Wait, but with the mirror gone, the culprit lost his hiding spot. So where did he go in his Pro Badger suit, Mr. Edgeworth?
That's easy enough. With the mirror gone, he simply hid himself in the branch hallway.
I think this about wraps it up. Looks like we finally solved everything.
No, not yet. An even larger contradiction has now reared its head.
Huh?
Perhaps you did not notice, but this recreation contains a very troubling inconsistency. The inconsistency in what I saw on the recreation lies. The inconsistency. Oh, wait. I think I get it. I just gotta... I think... Yeah, wait, hang on. Back here. Because I could still see the badger there, right? So how is he still visible? Okay, take a good look at the end of the hallway.
Oh, there's no blue badger there.
Exactly. The blue badger that I saw in reality is not there. This is the final point on this long chain of logic. The last remaining contradiction. Let's fix it.
So, let me get this straight. When you came out of the dining room, you saw Badger, right?
And that is precisely where the final contradiction lies. Something that shouldn't exist was there before me. Who or what do you suppose it was? I believe this is the real identity of our mystery badger. It was his body, wasn't it? It was the victim's costume, right? Yeah. The badger I saw was in actuality the victim's dead body. Hey, yeah. What? Agent Lang, the entirety of my complete logic is my final decisive piece of evidence. The murder happened in the hallway of the haunted house at the time of the drop-off. And you can consider the moment I heard the mirror breaking to be the real time of death for Mr. Deacon. No! Maybe it was due to their fighting, or perhaps it was the life-shattering bullet. But no matter what the cause was, the hallway mirror wall was broken. You were in the house at that time, right? You tell me that you missed the sound of a gunshot? Objection! There was a variety of sound effects playing at the time. All for theatrics, I assume. The gunshot must have blended it right in. Now then, I'd like you to recall something for me. Who was it that was with the victim at the haunted house? Who was the one who had the opportunity to rob the victim of his gun and use it on him? It was you, Lansamano.
Whoa! Uh-oh. I'm sorry. There we go. It's not like I had a choice. Oliver turned on me all of a sudden. He snapped and turned violent right after I hung up with you. He shoved me to the ground and straddled me. I fought back as hard as I could, grabbed his gun, and I shot him. The bullet must have went through his body and shattered the mirror. If I hadn't taken his gun and shot him first, I would have been the one you found. He's a hardened criminal. He escaped from jail.
See, that's justified self-defense. My boy was only trying to protect himself. That remains to be seen, and will have to be resolved in court. Agent Ling, I leave the rest to you.
As if you were the one in charge around here. Guys, arrest these two and get them out of my sight.
Wait, I had nothing to do with the murder. The only person you should be arresting is Lance.
Wow. Wait. Nice job throwing your son under the bus all of a sudden.
Dad.
Nice.
Sorry, you're not slipping away that easily, Mr. Ernest Hermano. You tampered with the evidence so that you could cover for your son. What a great dad you are, willing to risk it all. Truly touching. By the way, do you know why I'm really here?
And how could I possibly know the answer to such an asinine question?
You own me. I came all this way from across the sea just to see you, you know?
You came to see me?
What's that supposed to mean?
I have a few things to ask you, Miss Romano, about a case from 10 years ago.
Case from 10 years ago?
Oh, what's the name of that you used here for that case? Gina!
It's known as the KGA incident.
Oh, he suddenly got very panicky. The KG8 incident?
Oh, so you remember it. Good. And you'll recall that the trigger in that case was the monogroup scandal. Specifically, the charge of internal smuggling ring.
Smuggling? There's that word again.
At the time, the person that was arrested as the ringleader was Mr. Romano's very own secretary, Mr. Colin Devore.
Father!
Even though you pushed the crime onto your then secretary, Mr. Devore, I always suspected that you were involved in the smuggling ring, Mr. Romano. Mr. Devore was arrested in place of you, which is why he broke out. You hid him from the police, right? You hid him in exchange for his silence on your little dirty secret.
Oh, no. Please, calm down. I honestly have no idea what you're talking about.
Pretend to be ignorant all you want. We're taking you down to the precinct anyway for a nice long chat.
Huh? Who? What?
What the? Who the heck was that?
What? What? Huh? Wait! Then this case takes place before the first case. What? He has to because Buddy's alive and you're not in prison. What?
I'll take him down to the precinct if you don't mind. Who the heck are you? Who the heck are you? I'm Jack Portsman, and I'm the prosecutor in charge of the case.
Oh, Jacques. Thank goodness you're here.
Don't jerk me around. This is an Interpol case, so you keep your paws off my suspect. Sorry, but I can't comply. I got the back in the prosecutor's office. See, in this country, we prosecutors work with the police to bring cases to court. So if you could please cooperate with me here, that'd be great. Now, how about a handshake to seal the deal? Sorry, but I hate prosecutors. A whole lot of you. Guys, arrest 2 suspects.
Sir.
Oh, I almost forgot. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, is it? I'd like to thank you.
Thank me.
Yeah, for working so hard to fulfill my goal.
What?
Hey, is that any way to thank someone? And what the heck is that supposed to mean?
You were so relentless with Lance that you forced Ernest to tamper with the evidence. Thanks to that, I finally had a legitimate reason to arrest him. So how does it feel to bite the hand that feeds you?
The hand that feeds me? I'm not sure I follow.
It's no use pretending to be. You're the one, right? You're the corrupt prosecutor who's working with Mr. Mono in the smuggling ring, right?
No, I would never do such a thing.
What the heck? Our intel's never wrong. In your prosecutor's office, there's definitely someone working with the ring.
Ah, so Agent Lang suspected my relation to Mr. Amano. That must be the real reason behind his antagonistic attitude.
On top of that, your mentor was Manfred von Karma, right? There were non-stop rumors flying around about that forged evidence with that guy. You're not twisting the truth behind those closed courtroom doors too, are you?
The courtroom is a place where the truth is revealed.
Well, don't worry. It's not only you. The whole lot of you can't be trusted. The prosecutor never lost in 4 years. Every defendant must be found guilty. Fueled by those ideas, is it any wonder that courts produce nothing but falsities and lies?
It would seem that his disdain extends beyond just me. Prosecutors, the courts. Why is this man so angry with all of us?
Rest assured, the next time we meet, I won't be so forgiving.
Hi.
So, don't you forget it.
Please, wait. Wait, what? Agent Sheena? Why does Agent Lang hate all prosecutors so?
Lang is the head of the long-honored house of Lang and Zhengfa. The head of all police-related divisions in that country were of Lang blood.
What do you mean by that? Aren't they still?
They were revered, but that was long ago. They don't hold that sort of sway anymore. And it was all because of the courts.
How could that be?
A prosecutor once withheld and tampered with the evidence one of the Lang detectives found. That evidence purity was tarnished, and cost the Lang family its honor and trust.
But not all prosecutors are like that.
Even so, Lang will never respect the court again. Or any prosecutor.
So Agent Lang is a man who hates all courts and is unwilling to forgive prosecutors.
Man, what piece of work that guy is. Come on, Jim. We better catch up.
Yeah.
We still got to deliver that thing to the old man, after all.
Wait. I'm sorry, but for a brief moment, the way that Gumshoe was positioned underneath the, in front of the Gatewater statue, it looked like he had a party hat on, and I got really confused. Like, Gumshoe, why are you wearing a party hat? Whose party did you go to while I was solving this crime?
Detective Gumshoe, I believe it's time we wrapped up and headed home ourselves.
Yeah. You going home too, Mr. Edgeworth?
No, I've done nothing but be entangled in one mess after another since my return. If it's alright with you, can you drop me off in my office?
No problem, sir.
Excuse me.
Yeah? What is it?
Thank you very much.
Oh, it's okay. No need to thank me, pal. Just do my job as a detective.
I guess I was fooled pretty badly by Lance. Oh, cruel fate. What's a woman to do when she's been hurt by the one she loves? And to think I never realized my father is right there. I never said anything to him. I knew it. I'm a failure. Ah, there she goes again, talking to herself.
Miss Pops, I wonder if you know why your father participated in the kidnapping.
No, I have no idea.
Your father died while he was trying to stop Lance. Which means that from the beginning, he had no interest in the staged self-abduction.
Wait, then why did he...
He might have been trying to protect his daughter. I believe it was because of your presence, Miss Pops.
Me?
Lance realized that the two of you were related, which is why he used you as the hostage to coerce Mr. Devore into cooperating.
Father.
As a felon, he could not tell you of his real relation to you. However, as the Amano family butler, at the very least, he was able to watch over you. It was all he could do. That was the shape of his overflowing love for you. Go on, speak your mind.
That is... Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Although, there's no need to thank me.
No, Lauren, stop. I mean, this man has so much older than you.
What? What just happened, Kay?
Looks like you've completely stolen her away, Mr. Edgeworth.
Way to go, sir.
Your technique is way beyond level of a great thief.
I am not a thief. What are you going on about now?
Wow, your deducing skills may be sound, but you have no street smarts.
That's Mr. Edgeworth for you.
Yeah, I mean, he still hasn't figured out who I am at all. If you haven't remembered in all this time, I guess I'm just gonna have to say it. This is the first time we met, you know.
Excuse you? What? What do you mean?
What do you mean, pal? Mr. Edgeworth? How do you know this girl?
You know, a part of me was gonna say, oh yeah, you're probably the one who was holding me at gunpoint then, is what you're saying, but then I realized, wait, no, that happens after this, because he's alive.
Looks like you totally forgot about me too, Gummy.
Gummy?
Gummy.
Huh?
Here, maybe this will jog your memories. I promise I'd return this to you one day, remember?
Is that a cravat? That single piece of cloth took me back, far into my past. To that fateful day 7 years ago, when I first met the then child Kay and Detective Gumshoe. Okay. I was gonna end, but why don't we go on just a little bit further, considering I started the day extra early. Turnabout reminiscent. Are we gonna be going to... Ooh, are we gonna be doing a past case when we first... Wait, he said it's when we first met Detective Gumshoe! Oh, wait, there's actually probably something bad that's gonna happen then. There's also gonna be another certain person that's probably gonna be present, I'd imagine. Kay Faraday, the young lady who calls herself the second Yadagarasu. The piece of cloth that she conjured up has taken me back to many years ago. 7 years earlier. Oh boy. Who are you?
Yeah, that's right. I did it. I killed the guy. But it was the great thief Yadagarasu that told me to do it.
I asked the defendant, just what exactly are you trying to say?
Don't you get it? Yeah, I know the true identity of Yadagarasu.
Oh, what?
Yadagarasu is the man standing over there at the prosecutor's bench. Are you saying that I'm the Yadagarasu? Don't you dare deny it. You told me to kill him when you snuck into the embassy.
Huh?
Are you claiming that Mr. Faraday is the Yadagarasu?
That's...
Oh, that's her father?
I think we've heard enough about you. Your Honor, please listen to me. I'm telling the truth. You gotta believe me!
Oh, hey, look, I exist here. In accordance with the defendant's accusation, a new prosecutor shall be called to replace Mr. Faraday. This court will be in recess until the new prosecutor is ready. I can't believe I exist here. Oh my gosh, it passed. Oh my gosh, I'm wearing a different suit. September 10th, 3:20 p.m., District Court, 3rd floor lobby. Oh, look at me! It's almost time for me to enter the courtroom. And so it is that my first assignment as a prosecutor will be as a replacement for a prosecutor who has been accused by the defendant. Edgeworth. Oh god, he's here! I knew it! Oh god!
Edgeworth. Have you read over all the documents regarding this trial?
Yes, sir. I've memorized everything there is to know.
Very good. The paperwork for the prosecutor's substitution is just about complete. Edgeworth, always bear in mind that as your mentor, I'm Manfred von Karma. Will accept nothing short of perfection.
I understand, sir. To have the chance to stand in the court at such an early stage in my career, I am honored and proud.
As I have watched over your studies, I am giving you this very rare chance. Prove yourself. Crush the defendant's pathetic lies into oblivion.
Yes, sir.
Oh dear. Such a legendary prosecutor was watching over and judging my performance.
I have to be perfect in every way.
I can't believe I exist now. Today's trial should have ended in just 1 minute.
Because the defendant was picked up by the security camera, correct?
Exactly. The killer had the gall to say that he only killed because he was instructed to do so. Even more outrageous is his claim that the case prosecutor, Brian Faraday, gave the order. Faraday is such a fool. He's been cornered by his very own prey.
Sir, are you an acquaintance of Mr. Brian Faraday?
He is a pathetic man who speaks nothing but nonsense.
Nonsense.
He once tried to explain to me that a way of punishing those who cannot be brought to court.
Those who cannot be brought to court.
That is nonsense, for no man is above the law.
Well, there are always a few exceptions. However, there's no reason to even deal with such individuals. A prosecutor is a guardian of the court, one with no obligation to outside matters.
Thus, there is no reason to deal with such individuals, I see.
Edgeworth, disgracing yourself as Faraday has will not be forgiven.
Have no fear. I will not let you down, sir. In place of the accused prosecutor Brian Faraday, I'll prove the defendant's guilt.
Very good. I've secured an hour of recess for you to prepare to do just that. Show them all the power of Von Karma.
My prosecutor's badge. My mentor said it was more chic to keep in my pocket, so that's why you always keep it in your pocket.
It is thanks to you that I've finally become a prosecutor, sir.
It is amusing that you want to become a defense attorney, yet became my student. It is a strange path you have traveled.
It's true that I had once wanted to become a defense attorney, but now I am honored and proud to be a prosecutor.
I see. Then as a student of mine, I suggest you remember this well. The prosecutor's badge is not to be flaunted. The dignity of a prosecutor lies in the man himself, not in the badge.
I understand. I will keep that in mind.
Besides, why put holes in your fine garments? It's simply preposterous.
Prosecutors must also take pride in their appearance. I will also keep that in mind.
I'm constantly having to remind the others at the prosecutor's office of this. It's more fashionable to keep your prosecutor's badge in your pocket.
In other words, always treat a prosecutor's badge with care and honor. I understand, sir.
What about today's trial, Manfred?
So, you have achieved a firm understanding of the case.
Yes, sir. I've memorized everything that is written down in the case files. I don't have the case files, sir.
You're useless. Well then explain the case to me. I want to see if you really know what you are talking about.
Understood. A murder was committed on September 8th in front of the Kodopian embassy. The victim, Mr. Deadman...
Alright. These names... Bro, you can't get more blatant than that. Alright.
The victim, Mr. Deadman, was a staff member at the embassy. The defendant is, in this case, Mr. Macro, was held for questioning the night of the incident as he was deemed suspicious. He was quickly placed under arrested Nice typo. For possession of the murder weapon, a gun. Furthermore, at the time of the murder, the great thief Yalagarasu has successfully infiltrated the Kodopian embassy as well. At first, Rel claimed that he himself was Yalagarasu, but that he did not kill dead men. I wonder what he expected to gain from such a desperate lie.
It's possible that he wants to go down while in the spotlight, if he is found guilty. There truly is no limit to people's inanity. But I digress. Continue, Edgeworth.
Yes, sir. During the trial, the prosecution presented the security footage that captured the murder. The footage clearly showed that Mr. Rel as the murderer.
The act of Mr. Rel firing the gun could be clearly seen from the visitor's gallery.
Upon seeing that, the defendant retracted his test statement and admitted to the murder. I did it because I was told to, by the real Yatagarasu Brian Faraday.
That sounds about right. However, you've forgotten one more thing. While this may appear to simply be the murder of the Kodopian embassy staff member, people are actually referring to it as the second KG-8 incident.
The second KG-8 incident. I'm very sorry, sir. I feel I failed to study hard enough.
Well, even among the police, it's information that only a select few are privy to.
Could you please enlighten me, sir? The second KG-8? Sir, what do you mean by the second KG-8 incident?
In order for me to tell you that, you must first learn about the original case. Take a look at these documents.
This is a 3-year-old newspaper. Alright.
You ever heard of the Amano Group scandal before, correct?
Let's take a look at this. So. Oh. Kodopian embassy staff member Manny Ochan found not guilty. The victim is CCU. A shadow over the Amano Group? What's his relation to the smuggling ring? Alright. Apologies, he's mental. Yes, I have. The secretary of Ernest Amano, the Amano Group's director, was arrested on suspicion of smuggling.
Correct. Cece was an employee of the Amano Group, and the sole witness to the smuggling operation. It was she who brought the crime to light. However, Miss Yu was silent before she could testify.
Wasn't a Kodopian embassy staff member arrested for the murder?
Yes, a Kodopian in by the name of Manny Cochin was the suspect. However, due to a lack of evidence, the case went unresolved.
Lack of evidence?
If only I was in charge of the case. I would have done everything in my power to prove his guilt.
To make sure that all criminals are found guilty, my mentor really is dedicated.
Faraday was the prosecutor on the case then, and he was as pathetic as ever.
Mr. Faraday was in charge of the KG-8 incident as well.
That's right. And now, once again, the victim of the case you are currently assigned to was someone who was scheduled to testify against that smuggling organization.
And just like last time, the victim was murdered right before he was to testify.
You're catching on. The victim was murdered just before his day in court against the smuggling organization. Events are occurring almost exactly the same as they did in the KG-8 incident.
So that's why it is being called the second KG-8 incident.
Yes. Yet there's one difference between the two incidents.
What would that be?
The so-called noble thief that is sending everyone into an uproar. The great thief Yatagarasu.
Yatagarasu? I better find out more. Before I ask you this, yes, I'm going to actually look around. This is so good. I could drink a whole gallon. I've never heard of water that tastes that good. Maybe I'll give him a minute. Does he plan on gulping an entire reservoir dry? Oh gosh, no, I was trying to talk to the person that's on the seat. Excuse me, madam, but is there something the matter?
I just thought somebody would have brought hors d'oeuvres by now.
Well, this is a courthouse. It would be quite atypical to provide halls divorce here.
Are you sure? Somebody brought me a fresh cup of coffee last time I was here.
What the heck does she think a courthouse is for?
Aren't these great? Dad made all these.
Awesome. But didn't you get fired right after you made them?
Yeah, I did. I spent the same amount of money on this mall as it cost to build the real thing. And my boss wasn't very happy with me.
Wait, what? What do you mean you were... Yeah, no kidding, he was unhappy. How did you manage to... You know what? Never mind.
Hey, Dad, didn't you say you built a secret mechanism inside of it?
I'll tell you about it someday when you're older.
Secret mechanism? Maybe he installed it as payback for getting fired. It could be trouble. Now I'm curious. Hi! Hey, God, what a cold stare he's giving me. However, as a disciple of Von Karma, there's no option but to win. Ugh, he's good. The power of his cold stare rivals my own. Wait, he's asleep! He's sleeping while standing up! The trial will resume shortly. Please wait a moment, sir. I was already well aware of that. Surely or in a moment. Which one is it? Be specific. The trial will resume shortly. Please wait a moment, sir. I was already well aware of that. I didn't realize... I completely forgot that Von Karma actually uses a cane. This should lead to the defendant lobbies.
Edgeworth, where's your composure? If you wish to take a look at your enemy, do so in the courtroom, as you crush him.
Indeed. Thank you. You are a man of wisdom and experience, sir.
All right, now get back to talking with me. I'm slightly lonely. Flash me.
About the KG8 incident, the trial came to a proper conclusion, did it not?
Huh. I'd hardly call the defendant being found innocent a proper conclusion. If I had been on the case, no one would have a single doubt about his guilt.
But wasn't there a lack of evidence to prove that Mr. Coachman was guilty?
A lack of evidence? Huh. There's no such thing.
That's just like him to be able to prove a man guilty even when the evidence is lacking.
Yes, because I cheat.
If it is true that the Yatagarasu showed up at the Kodofian embassy, what could he or she be after?
No doubt to steal any suspicious accounting records and release them publicly. Or more likely, to steal secrets from the Kodofian embassy itself. Since the item that the Yatagarasu stole from there was sent to the police.
What was it that the Yatagarasu sent to the police?
I don't know the details. Anything related to the Yatagarasu is getting the top secret treatment. Still, I find it very ironic. By returning the stolen item to the police, it was proof positive that the Yatagarasu had infiltrated the embassy on the same day the staff member was killed. Criminals have a way of incriminating themselves, wouldn't you say?
That would have to be the first time the Yatagarasu has left evidence behind, correct?
Yes, indeed. If you wish to learn more about the Yatagarasu, then I suggest you ask Faraday.
Mr. Faraday?
He happens to be the prosecutor in charge of the Yatagarasu case as well.
He's the prosecutor in charge of both the KGA incident and the Yatagarasu case. Mr. Faraday really has a lot on his plate. But, oh my gosh!
What is it, little girl?
It's a child! And it looks like it's K! It's a tiny K!
You're scary, mister.
Did you need something?
I want to trade these coins with you.
What? A fistful of dimes, quarters, and pennies? It looks like you've exactly $1. Is this what you want?
Oh, look at a little baby.
Thanks, that's exactly what I needed.
Oh, there you go. Could that child be here to watch the trial?
How disrespectful for a child like that to be running around inside a courthouse. Does no one have respect for this country's judicial system anymore?
I don't know. Huh? The paperwork for the prosecutor's substitution is complete.
Why, do you even know how much time there is left before the trial resumes?
I'm sorry, sir.
I can have you mopping up this courthouse instead of protecting it in an instant.
It's no bother, sir. Not being completely prepared could prove to be a perfect handicap for me.
A proud one you are. You had better collect the evidence from Faraday and prepare yourself. It's time for your debut, Edgeworth.
Alrighty, here we go. September 10th, 4 o'clock p.m., District Court, courtroom number 3. Where is the defense? Where's the judge? Where is anybody? My good sirs, the courtroom is empty. I do think it's funny, the detail of Edgeworth, past Edgeworth, copying everything Manfred does, from the finger wag to like the way he holds himself.
Just what is going on? Why isn't Faraday here yet? How is it possible that the defense is not prepared yet either?
Bailiff, where's Mr. Faraday? I'm not sure. I wasn't really paying attention. Huh?
Oh, hey, I'm here. I'm alive! I've lived for an eternity, huh? You must be the one Mr. Von Karma recommended. Oh my goodness! Holy! I have a different sprite! Holy! I can't believe it! I look great! In a different angle. I hear this will be your first trial. I look forward to seeing how you perform. Oh, by the way, was there someone celebrating a birthday during the recess? I could have sworn that I heard a popper go off. Come to think of it, the other day with my grandson.
Sir, it looks like your trial is about to resume. However...
Yes, it will be all but impossible to prove the witness a liar without the evidence from Faraday. What is that blasted buffoon up to?
It's an emergency, sirs! Oh! It's an emergency, sirs!
Silence! There shall be no yelling in the sacred hall of law. Bailiff, remove that man from this courtroom at once.
Gumshoe! Please, wait! You have to listen to me! There's an emergency! Defendant lobby number 2, Mr. Faraday and the defendant! The two of them! They're both dead, Your Honor! What? What?
Oh, great. Okay. Oh god, Kay's father just died.
The vending machines!
Who are you?
Stay back.
Oh. Who are you?
Whoa, okay.
Who the heck are you? No one's allowed on the crime scene. Period.
Just who does this oddball think he is? This is becoming quite the hotspot.
Isn't she Miss Rail's defense attorney?
Hey, you! No running in the hallways, pal!
And who are you to tell me what to do? I'll never find out what's going on like this. It's time for some civil discourse. I'm leaving. Bye-bye. First, I need to get a handle on the situation. Perhaps I should talk to some people. A fire extinguisher. If one were to be hit in the head with this, I suppose the victim would lose a memory or two. But it's not as though I'd ever be so foolish as to be struck by one of these. Is that just a jab at Phoenix? The poster of the judge. There's a slogan of some sort on it. Every strike of my gavel brings the truth closer to me and my hair farther away. Is this a cry for help? Is this a promotional poster for the court or a hair growth product? This is a cry for help. Defendant lobby number 1 is through here. The incident took place in lobby number 2 next door. I shouldn't allow myself to be sidetracked like this. I better get a move on. A drink vending machine. Now is not the time to be pondering what kind of drink I want. What is this? Interesting. They're selling special court-themed food products here. Many of them seem sort of troublesome and suspicious. Objection? I suppose.
Hey, it's me. I have a different jacket.
And you are?
Who, me? Hey, pal. It's common courtesy to tell someone your name first before asking theirs.
Point taken. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I am a district prosecutor.
Prosecutor? Never seen a prosecutor as young as you, pal.
I've told you my name. Now would you mind telling me yours?
Detective Dick Gumshoe. And just recently, I achieved my dream of becoming a detective. More than a dream. It's what I was born to do. Wait. Maybe I should check and make sure I'm not really in some crazy dream first.
This detective is entirely too excited to be out of murder scene.
Hello.
Wrong button. Look at this badge. You mentioned that you've only recently become a detective, did you not?
You got it. I'm a brand spanking new detective.
So that means you've probably never seen a real prosecutor's badge, right? If you so decide to see one, I might just be able to make your day.
You don't have to go through the trouble, pal, because a real man has a police badge. Someday, I'm gonna be an ace detective, like the detective bad.
Is that who Smokey over there is?
Did I say something wrong, pal?
Forget it, detective. Do you have any insight on this, Detective Gumshoe?
Well, as a detective, I'd rather see something that's actually related to the case, pal.
You know, I thought this was something related enough. This is Detective Gumshoe. Would you mind telling me what you know about the incident?
You know that I don't have to tell you anything, right?
I know that. But it would behoove you to fill me in on what you know.
Oh, you're a proud one, huh? For such a youngster, aren't you? Well, anyway, Detective Bass is the one in charge. So you're just gonna have to ask him for all the details, okay? As for me, I was guarding the door to defendant lobby number 2.
So you were the guards detail. Did you notice anything strange while you were on duty?
Well, I freaked out when I heard the gunshot and then I kind of froze.
You're a detective and a measly gunshot scared you that much? Then again, I can hardly claim to not know what it's like to hear one at close range.
Then Detective Bad came running the scene. We went to lobby number 2 together and both men were lying there dead.
That's not everything.
Yeah, that's it. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle.
Interesting. Other than the gunshots, you didn't hear a single sound of commotion. Interesting. Alright. Next up, we've got you. Do you have a minute?
No. You know, I'm not really into talking to people I don't know. Especially at a time like this.
Ah, I apologize for not introducing myself before bothering you. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I was to take Mr. Faraday's place in court.
Edgeworth, huh? Never heard of you. It's a Faraday substitute as a newbie, huh?
I'll have you know, madam, that I studied under Manfred von Karma. Do not take me for some naive novice. What?
Do not take me for some naive novice.
Uh-oh. Hey?
So you're a student on Karma. I should... I should closer to him away.
Stop right there. These are the garments of the one who gallantly presents the facts.
Thanks for a great laugh, but try not to make me laugh so much, okay?
I wasn't trying to do anything of the sort.
I was just goofing around. By the way, you know my name? I'm close to you.
Oh, you? Your sister was the victim of the last case, or of the other KGA incident.
And if you're telling me the truth, then we're about to go head-to-head in court.
Ah, but of course. I've heard much about you, Miss Hugh.
But of course, I haven't heard much about you. You're regular Shakespeare.
Can I say something funny? This person likes to laugh a lot, doesn't she? It's a shame that we will not be able to face each other. It was supposed to be my first trial, too.
Oh, was that a declaration of war? How nice it is to be young and carefree. What a nice squeaky clean badge you got there yourself. I'm jealous.
I'm sure it's clean will dull over time with experience.
But you think your reputation will also tarnish over time with it?
That's not what I meant.
Well, you just can't avoid some things in life.
I'll never allow my badge or my reputation to become tarnished. Miss Hugh, what do you think about this piece of evidence?
Actually, Edgeworth, I'm interested in finding out what you think about it.
I don't really know all that much about it.
Then I don't really know all that much about it either.
What?
Sorry, I guess I can't be of any service.
I shouldn't push it too much. She'll just start laughing again. Miss Hugh. Don't do it. Don't. Life is but a comedy around you. I'd like you to update me on the situation.
I don't really know anything. Why don't you try talking to the sex there?
In that case, then why are you here? What's so funny?
It's just that the way you speak so tactless. The person I was going against in court until a little while ago was just murdered. It's not like I could go back into the courtroom pretending as though nothing happened.
That's a good point. I apologize for asking such an insensitive question.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Oh boy! What the heck's going on here? The sofa looks like it's seen its fair share of use. It looks like another part of the courthouse is visible from the window. My eyes have locked with my reflection's eyes in the barred window. As a student of Oncom, I refuse to back down. Fight, reflection! I won. And then the coolest guy on the block here, it looks like. Who is you? Excuse me, but who are you?
Detective Tyrell Bad. Homicide.
I was informed of the situation and came as quickly as possible. So how did you arrive and inspect the body before me?
Faraday requested for me to testify in the trial. Plain and simple.
Mr. Faraday requested that you be here. You look cool. Look at my badge.
Does showing that off make you feel like a big, strong prosecutor?
Of course not. I was simply proving my title of prosecutor here.
I see. Most prosecutors don't go around flaunting those things. It's like a detective walking around outside with his badge flashing in the sunlight. Show that off too much and before you know it, you'll be elbow deep in angry criminals.
That would definitely be a problem. Detective Bad, I'd like to ask you about this piece of evidence. Where did you get that bright mirror?
I need to check how beautiful I am.
Could you please pay attention?
I'm listening, but I've got nothing to say. End of story.
Very well. Why didn't you say that in the first place? I like this guy. He looked cool. Detective Bad.
I'm so beautiful. Huh?
Crime scene.
I've already contacted HQ about the situation. I've got nothing to say to you, kid.
Kid! I'm Mr. Faraday's substitute in today's trial. Therefore, I insist that you update me on the situation. I can't back down here. I have the right to know.
Do I need to teach you a thing or two about how to talk to adults, kid?
Is he threatening me? Is he going for his gun?
No, I just want to see how pretty I am again.
It's just a mirror. How dare you trick me like that?
Faraday was stabbed to death with some kind of blade, and he had a gun in his hand. The other man, Mr. Mackerel, was shot and killed. He was found holding a bloody knife in his hand.
Was there anyone else who went in to defend Maloney number 2?
Yeah, that big lug over there. His name's Gumshoe. He was in charge of guarding the place. He's claiming that no one else entered the room.
If that's the case, then They must have killed each other, correct?
Maybe.
Such an impudence. This guy is really testing my patience.
I don't have to do anything for you, buddy.
Why was I not informed that you were going to testify in court?
Homicides aren't my only gig. The Yatagarasu case is also one of my assignments.
So you were called upon to comment on the Yatagarasu's characteristics. Eagle-eyed homicide debt was called in to be an expert witness on the Yatagarasu case. 53. In order to assess if Mr. Faraday really was the Yatagarasu or not.
Well. It's like you just have a brain. You just might have a brain after all inside in that head of yours, son.
Son, I'm not your son, Pops.
Mr. Yu! There's someone who wishes to see you.
Who is it?
A Cadopian embassy member by the name of Manny Cochin.
What?
Huh? What's going on? Detective Bud and Mr. Yu's moods just changed all of a sudden. Wait a sec. Wasn't Manny Cochin... Oh, yeah, why is that guy here?
I'll be right there.
So I see you again. Miss you.
Why are you here?
I have no...
I have no desire to ever see you again.
No. Actually, would you mind stepping outside for a brief chat?
Fine, let's go.
Hello. I finally made my appearance. Oh, hey. Bad.
Bud Karma. It's been a long time.
I knew you would show up. You usually do when the Yatagarasu is involved, and I see this case as no exception.
Do you know Detective Bud, sir?
Yes, he's like an old bloodhound that never leaves the scent of a crime. If only he would get a promotion and move on.
It's the crime scene where a detective is most useful and effective.
It's not like I don't know that. Moving on though, Bad. The man I just passed by. Was he not the suspect from the KG-8 incident?
So I was right.
Just what is that man doing wandering around here? That Faraday. I can't believe he let such an easy catch get away. Imbecile. I would have proved his guilt in 3 minutes.
Von Karma, I think you've said enough for now. It's important to speak like that about the departed.
Very well. Back on topic. I'm placing Edgeworth in charge of the investigation here.
What the? Wait, that was...
What? It's a little baby! Oh god. It's a little baby, Francisca! And she doesn't have a whip, she's got like a...
What is it called? Like, it's something crop, right? Like, I don't know.
Your little baby, Francisca.
Papa, how can you place him in charge?
Francisca, what are you doing here?
I'm here for summer vacation. What else?
Franziska von Karma, so she is here on vacation from Germany. She's the daughter of Manfred von Karma and a student of his who is also junior to me.
You're the one who's junior to me, and don't you forget it.
You're not conveniently avoiding the bar examination, are you?
If you are able to pass, then I'll absolutely have no trouble at all. I'll never allow myself to lose to you. Never!
Why does she always have to be this competitive? I guess I really was like an older brother to her, wasn't I?
Anyway, Papa, are you really assigning Miles Edgeworth to cover this case?
Yes, I am. Why do you ask?
Well, you know, I'm close to becoming a prosecutor myself. And I am 100% confident that I can do a better job than him.
That's just like Franziska. She has no problem bad-mouthing someone right in front of them.
Bad?
Yeah?
Yes, you will be conducting the investigation.
What? You want me to let both these kids loose on the crime scene?
This is a perfect opportunity for them to work on their prosecutorial skills.
Crime scene is not a place for children to be messing around in.
I'm the one with authority over the crime scene, Bad. And I will not tolerate complaining. Edgeworth, Francisca, I leave this case to the two of you.
Understood, sir.
Yes, Papa.
I'll go take care of the paperwork now. Remember, I'll accept nothing but a perfect report from the both of you. Do not disappoint me.
Lord Karma, I still haven't agreed to this.
Hello.
Miles Edgeworth.
It's been quite some time, Francisca.
This will be the perfect chance for us to see which of us is truly worthy of the uncommon name.
Would it kill you to at least say hello?
Long time no see.
Very good.
Just because you became a prosecutor first doesn't mean you can act all proud.
I just want to say hi to family. Is that really such a villainous thing to do?
No, stop! No, stop! She hasn't changed, I'll beg!
Miles Edgeworth. As I was saying, we shall see which one of us is worthy of the uncommon name.
For crying out loud, I've been reduced to a babysitter.
It feels like Baz just a more serious Gumshoe. Ooh, at this point. Because, I mean, he's a detective. And he's kind of just being treated like Gumshoe, but by Von Karma. Looks like Von Karma was successful in convincing the detective. That's just like him. He never fails. Now, I'd appreciate if you could quickly run me through the facts, Detective Bad.
You're better off checking things out on your own.
Very well. Seems like getting help from Detective Bad will be a most arduous task. Oh, hello. September 10th, 4:15 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2.
Look! A dead body. 2 of them, in fact.
It's the only real explanation that they killed each other simultaneously.
Miles Edgeworth, you should listen to someone until they are finished talking.
What are you talking about?
I'll only say it one more time. This is a competition to see who is truly worthy of the uncommon name.
A competition?
The person that figures out the truth first wins.
So the person who doesn't discover the truth is a dishonor to the name.
Exactly. I don't care that you became a prosecutor before me. I simply refuse to hear any more foolish things coming from your foolish mouth.
Fine. Whatever makes you happy.
Can I take that as you accepting my challenge?
Once again, whatever makes you happy.
Huh. Well then, let's begin the investigation, shall we? I'm going to find the perfect evidence and clearly present it like the professional I am.
Competing to discover the truth behind a crime. How delightfully childish.
Yeah, I'm here. You kids, over there, hold it.
Kid?
Ha! Serves you right, Miles. He just called you a kid.
I said kids, kid.
How dare you call me a kid as well?
I'll do what I please, and I won't allow you to cause a ruckus on my crime scene. Hey, big guy, you're gonna watch over these two. Yes, sir. Detective Bad, sir. Do what I say from now on, kids, okay?
You better not get in our way, Scruffy. You'll be the butt of my whip if you do.
And you, prosecutor boy. Let's get your investigation started already, all right?
Great. Now even that detective is treating me like a child.
It's time to get investigating. Get a move on, prosecutor boy.
My name is Miles Edgeworth, and if you were to call me Prosecutor Boy one more time, it will be my duty as prosecutor to look into your monthly salary.
What? And what would you do with my salary after you saw how much it was?
I'd probably be depressed, honestly, considering how low it probably already is at this point. How can I go lower than 0?
Really? Sounds good, pal.
He's so naive. Alright, now I think I'm going to go ahead. Look at him, he's just writing stuff over there. Detective Bad, may I have a word with you?
What is it?
It appears that both the knife and the gun were used as murder weapons.
Yeah, it does.
That leads us to our first question of the investigation. Where did the men acquire the weapons?
I don't know. The gun was inside Faraday's bag. It was a piece of evidence that was presented in the trial earlier today. It was used to kill the Cadopian Embassy staff member. But I never heard of anything about the knife. Mr. Rell was being held by the police. There's no way he could have brought it in. Which means it's possible that Faraday had the knife on him from the start as well.
Could it have been a piece of evidence that had yet to be presented? But then, why doesn't Detective Bad know any about it? Wait, what if... It's possible that Mr. Faraday brought the knife in under the guise of prosecutorial evidence. He could have then brought it out and attacked Mr. Rell with it.
Huh. Maybe you've got a brain in there after all, kid.
Ugh. Is he going to treat me like a child forever?
It looks like Mr. Faraday attacked Mr. Rell first, but then counterattacked. That's the only logical conclusion you can draw from this scene like this.
Not yet. I feel it's much too early to be drawing conclusions already. I must first find conclusive evidence so as to ensure the honor of the Von Karma name. Alright, now I think I'm going to go ahead and end it for today. Hey. So, thank you all so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed, and hope to see you all later. Peace!